I know. Um, so much to catch up on in that regard. Not much to say though either. That sounds silly, but this New Year's, I'm very much into resolutions, so I guess I have my own, and I feel like I discussed it a lot the past 2 years. And this year, it's not that it's even more private, but because I chose to take a winter sabbatical through the remainder of the holiday, like I was sick on Christmas, and after a couple days, I was like, okay, it's been 2 weeks. I need to get up and do something, and just took 2 weeks to do whatever I wanted, wherever the wind took me, and now I'm back, and I said I was gonna make a new schedule. Also, if you, I have no way to like do unless I'm missing something. There's a lot about Twitch I am still getting used to or don't understand, and I get that I should like sit down and learn it, but I just feel like learning as I go is usually the thing because there's no real, honestly, good source to learn things like this. Um, Considering their help, it does. I'm not gonna get into the politics of fucking streaming software. Anyways, a lot of little things that I don't know about Twitch. But as far as I know, I cannot make an announcement or a post without actually like streaming. I once again could be wrong and have a misunderstanding of how it's used. But if you ever do want updates in between streams, you can follow me on Instagram at Ellie Millie or at ILMistex. So, and that's because once again, don't know how else to update y'all that I would be back, after this week or whatever. So, I had mentioned on Instagram that I wanted to create a new schedule, but in my heart of hearts, I feel like I can't do it. I feel like the 3 days I picked were decent for my schedule, but then some weeks I just didn't want to do it. I think I'll commit to Sunday nights, and it'll just be random when I feel like doing tarot. Um, because I just cannot bring myself to schedule these things. It's like when I need to say stuff. I also was contemplating on trying to switch to daytime, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm very much kind of a nocturnal person. So, both ways, either way, follow me if you ever want updates intermittently. And there is no schedule, I don't think. I will make sure that I'm here like every Sunday doing something, but I also am not committing to doing tarot anymore, really, either. I did listen to some tarot while I took a break from it. Some days a lot, other days not so much. Because I know that during the winter you take breaks and things don't really start, and there's a lot on my plate, and this new year marks a lot of good things. 11th year means 10-year cycle ends, and the first year begins with the next one. So excited, exciting. A lot I feel is coming. A lot of messages as we receive them in storylines and such over the last few months. Um, they pretty much did seem like a very defined switch between Leo season and Libra season, where everything was just sort of like shut off during Virgo season, switching, and then like something else started when it became Libra season that lasted until pretty much the new year. And still, it might just be the rest of Capricorn season because it is kind of funky, right? We got a retrograde until the 18th. The last day of Cap season is the 19th. So Capricorn season is meant to throw you into the thick of it to show you how much progress you've made from the past because it's a retrograde. Okay, so especially because this is, I believe, Mercury in retrograde. Okay, so let's put it this way: communication moving backwards, lots of looking at the past. This is when they say your exes show up or will call you or whatever. And it's funny how even if it's unintentional, they seem to come back too. I don't want to know, but the day retrograde started, it was like everybody started acting a mess. So listen, do what you gotta do, but just understand. Sometimes life will do it for you, especially if you refuse to look at it. So if you're reflecting on the past, being triggered by the past, remembering things from your past, reconnecting with people from your past, how much has your reactions, conversations, situations changed? how do you handle your triggers or your weak spots or your sensitive subjects compared to where you were. Maybe not 10 years ago for everyone, but I do a lot of self reflection. So I would say usually for retrogrades, I think more bigger picture further back, right? But I'm a time traveler, so I can't say that. I spend as much time in the past as I do in the future, and somehow always remain in the present and able to enjoy the right now, always. So think about that. We got like still another couple weeks. It started on December 29th and it ends January 18th. That's a long time for this planet to be moving backwards because that's what a retrograde is. You know what I mean? Five, five, five. You too? That's uncanny. Okay. I'm hearing Tame Impala kind of. I was listening to music before I started my stream. I feel like depending on I guess my mood, it might be where I'm at in my cycle. Sometimes I like listening to tarot before I stream, and sometimes I like listening to music before I stream, and sometimes I'll sit in silence. I guess I don't have a pattern for that. But you can tell I'm in my premenstrual brain frogs, no matter how happy or peppy I feel right now, because the stammering, and kind of loose change thoughts. I can channel okay when I'm like this, but thinking for myself, talking for myself is like, I think my tongue's gonna fall out of my mouth. All right, Alice in backcountry. True facts. God damn it. Okay. No, we love to see it. I know. I know. Funny. Mm. Handling like a champ. Yeah. So, um, you two again. No, I'm just kidding. Um, oh, Pink Panther. I feel like we were saying something before. I noticed that I was stuttering a little bit, and then I diverted. Um, and now I don't quite remember because I was on a good roll, and then I became conscious for a second and was like, "Oh no." Um, but I suppose we don't really need to dig into retrogrades. You feel the effects, you move on. Okay. So I might actually pull some cards just because this is my first stream of the new year. But I will do a more intensive. Hey, you're here kind of early. I feel like you always tune in at the end of my streams, but it's going good. I think I wasn't really planning on doing like tarot tonight, but I think I'll pull some inspiration cards because New Year's Eve, I was actually working, and I chose that deck for the evening, so I think it's well good. Um, there's my freaking. I was looking for this earlier. I'm not gonna show y'all what it is, but that's so funny. Found it. Told you I fucking knew I did like when I was with so and so. Yeah. That's great though, protecting the cards. So, oh my god, it is 6:30 in the morning. What do you? You just woke up and like put me on? I'm flattered. I literally, first of all, hate waking up before 10 a.m. I'm fucking literally nocturnal, and I've done a 4:30 wake up for like jobs and stuff, and I went to school and had to catch a bus by 6:36 every day. But I tell you what, I fucking hate it. And I don't want to be spoken to for like a solid 2 to 3 hours, really, after waking up, even if it's an ideal time for me. So that's crazy. You just like, it's early as fuck. I'm, uh, I almost called myself a night terror. Okay, maybe you had night terrors. I don't know. Like, why am I saying this right now? That's fine. Going back to everything else. Sorry, y'all. I guess I'm a little distractible, so be nice. I will pull some cosmic deck of initiation cards for inspiration because it's a new year, and I would like to do that ritualistically for this being the first stream of the new year. But I will do like a more in depth year ahead reading with probably multiple decks because I usually like to do an economic forecast and a situational month by month, right? Play. I don't know. What would you call that? And I usually use a thought deck and then the demon cards for, quarterly rather than monthly. And then we'll do a few others. I was sick on Christmas. I really wanted to stream because I wanted to talk about Chronicles of Narnia. So maybe we still can. Um, because I was like, ooh, Christmas movie, comfort movie. I remember seeing that in theaters as a kid, and I was watching it, and I was like, oh, hell no, hell no. We will unpack that. That was gonna be my Christmas stream, but honestly, I just like could not do anything for like 2 weeks. I was so sick with like just some weird flu or something. Like could be some kind of virus. It wasn't COVID, which I don't even see how that's fucking relevant anymore. If I feel like shit when it's not. The muscle soreness and fatigue and not being able to stand without getting dizzy for like 20 minutes at a time was pretty much insufferable. So I was gonna stream on Christmas and discuss like the depth of how disgusting and Christian the Chronicles of Narnia is. Even though I still really like it, it's complicated. Went to Catholic school, hence why we saw it in movie theaters, even though it's not a Catholic Christianity. Um, but yeah, I'll do a more in depth at the year glance reading for the Zodiac New Year, which will be March 19th or something. So for this new year, the calendar year, whoever Gregor is, we don't care. Like, it's a cool ritual though. And I love the celebration. I love the aesthetic of New Year's. So I do like to participate, but it's not going to be this whole to me, 2023 is barely even going to start until March. So, this is like the final quarter of the last year where we take a look and preview what's coming in this new zodiac cycle, in my opinion. So, that will be our big New Year's stream celebration in March. But tonight I will do some of these just to get us through winter, It's like Persephone's not back yet. Sorry y'all, cause he probably not what an ancestor of Persephone. Like I would call us daughters of Persephone. Anybody with PMDD, I'm like, yeah, we definitely got her in us. I think, but that's what the book's for. We're not gonna get into that discussion right now. And the book is very slow moving, so please do not inquire about it. It is very much scraps right now. I can't even fucking lie, and I never really do. So just know it's scraps. But the more I talk about it, the more motivated I get to do it because really at the end of the day, I'm my own inspiration, my own motivation. So I just gotta remind myself what I got going on when I don't feel like going, basically. So it's gonna be streaming again. Sorry, I'm just rambling at this point. Um, I did want to talk about personality types. Like I kind of think this is funny and really good timing because I'm not going to talk about the week I had or my weekend or any shit like that because I just don't feel like I need to. But a few days ago, and just lately, it feels like a lot of people are coming to this sort of like realization that narcissistic traits do just kind of slip in very easily to a common personality type without being associated with the actual mental illness of having narcissism. Um, okay, so you can't really attribute that to one specific personality type, but I was seeing some of these things take place before my eyes and seeing an actual narcissist, right? Um, at play or work or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then seeing how common narcissistic personality, not personality, but the traits are, at least in the US. Okay. And like I said a few days ago, I was saying, like, of course it breeds narcissism when you've got this country who is constantly reminding you that there's not enough of anything for everyone, and you have to compete for it, and you have to prove you're the best in order to deserve it, and some people are just not as good as you, and that's why they don't get as much. And like, what? Of course people are going to act like narcissists without actually being a mentally deranged in that way. Not that like all narcissistic people are deranged. I couldn't think of a better term to explain like the wrong wiring. Okay, so forgive me for speaking out of turn on politically correctness when it comes to mental illness. I like only partially believe in it. And of course, yes, I've been diagnosed with like everything, but that's the thing that made me not believe in it, is that they actually had no idea. And if 5 doctors agreed on one thing, I would listen. But 5, 10, 15 doctors all said, I don't know, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this, maybe that. I really need more tests. When 3 years on the internet and 5 years of data told me what I had, right? So I got some radical views on the subject for sure. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I don't. But I do see how we have become such extremists about don't diagnose people. Okay, well, oh my God. That's insane and super delayed. Why did you just send that chat? And I'm sorry, you're at this point being slightly distracting. Which I did say that was be nice about that. That's some really heavy stuff, and I don't know what to tell you. Were you? Yeah, that's fair. Were you in public when you think you got drugged? That's so crazy and like weird, but also stay home, you know. Wow. Does feel kind of ironic that I was talking about narcissistic traits and you chimed in to talk about yourself. I'm just kidding. I should not say that when you're like, no, I just rained on a fucking shit parade. My bad, bro. It's not funny. It was probably cool to have a Mercedes when you did, but also getting drugged is so fucking real and also is very hard to prove. I get you. Um, I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. I'm probably gonna just go back to. I'm sorry, I feel so awkward right now. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Um, okay, so I don't mean to be laughing like, oh, this is premenstrual dysphoria. Like, it makes everything really hard to deal with, and like, I'm not the same equipped person than I am a week ago, and I kind of just have like these intense reverse reactions. I've done it. I've been that way since I was a child. I'd be like getting in trouble and laughing in people's face when they're like so mad or telling me that like I did something so wrong, and it's like nervous laughter. So, anyways, I don't mean to just go right back to narcissism when you interrupted to talk about your woes, but that is what we were talking about, right? So it was weird that I would say something like this, or I kept seeing, and I think that it's very much something that is often what I've seen pinned on men, specifically like exes, and you know, constantly being called abusers and blah blah blah, which I believe that in so many cases. However, it's the reminder that it's not limited to that. And I think it does look different in maybe men and women or different personality types, which is why I wanted to talk about that, where I'm not talking about dark personality trait types like the fucking trifecta or from hell. They say like the narcissist Machiavellian. I don't even know what that one is. And like something else is like the mental health fucking dark spot. Bermuda Triangle of mental health. Where it's just like there's really no psychopath. That's the other one, right? There's just like no fucking helping at that point. Like I don't know. It's sad. I should be laughing. It's sad. It's fucked up. Um, because I have a lot of empathy. But then if someone can never return the empathy you have, then you have to shut it off, and that's like the sad reality with like the out of control dark personalities, right? Either way, those are not the personalities I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the Greek alphabet ones. Okay, we're back to this. I am okay. I'm sorry, bro. You literally just said you took a Xan. You drugged yourself. Please stop interrupting my stream for this. I'm going to roll an ad. Because my laptop is dying and I need to plug it in. So I will be right back. And yeah, don't do Xanax. Okay. So once again, maybe this person lied. I don't know if you took your own dosage of Xanax, but if you take enough Xanax, you will definitely experience a 15-hour memory loss. And that's just coming from someone who was using Xanax recreationally as early as like 16. Yeah, taking a bunch of Xanax will definitely do that. But also, if you give someone drugs and they think they're taking 1 milligram and they give you 100 milligrams, that's drugging for sure. But the lesson remains true no matter what the scenario is. That one, stop taking Xanax. And two, um, sorry that I don't really want to talk about this anymore. I don't know. I'm sorry. You can book a personal reading if you want to go into it. But that's really shitty. That's similar things have happened to me, like smoking weed with someone, and then same thing where when you realize that maybe that wasn't just weed, and then they've removed you from Instagram or some shit. Like, totally can relate. But please don't get upset with us for like not overly sympathizing with your situation. You're just making everything. Thank you. Really sorry that happened. Don't take Xanax. Going back to what we were talking about. And I'm sorry if I sound rude, but this is how I sustain my streams and protect my energy. Because if I allowed every person to tell their stories every single time I streamed, then we wouldn't really have any of the messages that we need to receive. And I would be the one who would feel it. No, I think you're missing what he was saying. LOL. He was talking about the girl who potentially drugged him, I think. I actually don't know if this is a man or a woman. Or that I don't know him. Him, you're him. I am trying to see if I have a pen. I thought I had a pen over here, but I don't. Apparently, no, I did though. I must have took it with this notebook. Let's see if this still works. Novelty pens are always going to be a simple pleasure of mine. Yeah, this is not a good enough pen to write with. Okay. Who's so weird? You're fucking weird. Like, what? Okay. Hold on. Okay, I had to grab a pen. So tonight's stream, like I said, I will be doing some cosmic deck of initiation draws later. But something that has come up a lot recently in light of some things that have happened or just things that I'm noticing, I guess you might see, patterns in algorithms because it's data that's being fed to you, but sometimes I wonder if there's an influx in content on certain subjects that we'll see because we will have a school of thought, like a wave, if you will, like ideas are come as waves. So there was also a brief post I saw, probably in an astrology group or something, in regards to Pluto moving. Somebody was talking like, I don't really know. It's like something about Pluto, but I didn't understand it, and it was something I wanted to be able to discuss on the stream. But if I can't really remember what it was and I don't know what it means, it's hard to discuss, right? But the country itself is going through not a Saturn return, but or something like that. I guess Pluto moves positions every like, I don't know, 15, 30 years, but then like the age of Aquarius came after the age of Pisces, so I think this might be that, and I don't know what that is. It's like 100-year period or whatever. Um, I'm not an astrologer, so it's hard to discuss astrology, but sometimes it will interest me in these ways where it's like, ooh, what's that? What's this? What's that about? What's this mean? So, yeah, I wish I would have saved the post because I like literally don't remember where I saw it, and it like really piqued my interest, and I didn't make any notes. I guess I say that if anybody does know astrology or know what I'm talking about, um, or if they also saw the meme that I saw, by all means, educate the fuck out of me if you want to on the subject. Um, good. So, personality types. This isn't about mental health stuff. Like, that was just almost like two separate conversations, but what inspired my dig deeper into like the Greek alphabet personality types, which I don't think has anything to do with the Grecians actually. They just used the alphabet to categorize people. So again, it's not even a ranking system, it's just alphabetical order. You know, like of course alpha is going to be at the beginning of that because they're self-important, right? Um, I didn't even know all six of them. I only knew like three or four of them. I say three or four. Well, I know all of the words in Greek, but I guess I only knew the three personalities. But there's six, and I feel like the discussion's often about men with these personality types. So I was reading stuff about women with these personality types, and of course, if you interpret it as neither or align non-binary, then I don't know how much of a difference it makes in gender. But I kind of thought it was interesting, and I talked to someone who was like, "Yeah, that does kind of sound interesting, right?" Because we all know alphas, betas, right? And I knew about gammas, but there's also omegas and deltas and sigmas. And reading about the differences, like I don't know, categorizing stuff is so arbitrary. But I guess when people are kind of, I don't want to say egotistical, but like ego driven enough to be like alpha male, fuck you, beta males. It's like, damn, first of all, everybody's got a role to play, everybody's got their own taste. Like, why do you have to rub it in people's face that you're something that they're not? When in reality, it's no better than anyone else, it's just different from others. And that's so limiting to assume that anyone who's not an alpha is a beta when there's actually also gamma, omega, delta, sigma, right? So come on, you frat boys and sorority gals, gather around. We're going to talk about that, right? We're going to talk about that. I'm just kidding. This really has nothing to do with the frats. I just know that they really do love their Greek alphabet. So, okay, also, just like on the record, I love Dick Casablancas. Like, I'm not hating on anybody. I have a huge crush on Dick Casablancas. So, like, I'm cool. I accept. Wait, there's seven. I only said six. What am I forgetting one? I also thought it would be fun because when I was reading these, what's Z? Zeta. Is that like alphabet or that's a personality type? Because it sounds cool and it sounds very Fifth Element, and I really do like it. Okay, are you gonna? Should I look it up or are you gonna deliver? What is Zeta? Because that sounds like me. Just kidding. I think I'm probably um, Sigma or Gamma. I think I lean more Sigma. Could we make it up? Could we just decide that there was a Zeta if there isn't one? It's funny how my makeup doesn't look like anything and it just looks like smudge on my face. Okay, so it is the sixth letter of the Greek alphabet. So there is a zeta, and if there isn't a personality type for zeta, then we're gonna come up with it, and it's gonna be the one that describes me the best. That's what I'm deciding right now. Damn, no, it's already a thing for sure. Okay, you were right the whole time. Taylor Sunday. So sorry. Okay, I am kind of Zeta Express. Okay, I'll go through each one. I just took some quick notes earlier. Oh god, this is so me. This is cool. I love that. It's fun. It's just this stuff is like fun. It's like I get that labels can be annoying for people, but sometimes to be able to put things into words helps people on their own path of self-discovery. So if I could help someone see that they were this type of person, maybe that would lead them to explore things that they embrace about themselves more, or like see the positive side to being the way they are. And that could be, one of the only results that I get from this, and it would be the best thing that could possibly happen, right? So it's cool. Hmm. And a lot of them are kind of similar. But again, you don't want to restrict people to just being, like three different ways. And it's funny that people are like so about the Myers Briggs test. And I've taken it a few times, and I feel like I always get different results, and I never remember my letter combination, and I just really could care less. Um, so this is funny. But also, yeah, so like which sign is which? I'm gonna read a little excerpt that I wrote down for each one. Okay, so I feel like alphas are the most discussed and the ones that people actually like know of. But, confident leader type stands out. Can be a loner, but can kind of be, popular, which in itself can be kind of toxic to not get close to anyone, be liked by everyone. Um, and they tend to be cocky if they are, overconfident, right? It's easy. I feel like if you're an alpha, your ego's the most likely to get inflated. That's why. So like, who would I like in the zodiac give alpha to? I kind of want to say Aries, but I feel like Aries don't act like that, right? Maybe Sag. Like Sag would be an alpha. I don't know. I guess it's giving fire. We'll think about it. Beta, submissive, non confrontational, introversion, avoidance, kind, but seen as weak. Cancer, right? Something like that. People, someone notorious for staying home and avoiding shit, but being really emotional, and people taking advantage of them. I feel like Cancer is always complaining about that. Um, Obviously, if there's only seven, there would be more than one for each time. Gamma, this seems like one of my favorites, but mixed personality, a little bit of alpha, a little bit of beta, always one step ahead, progressive, self-assured. Um, a thing I kept seeing amongst like every source I was looking at for this is that their life seems too good to be true, or like they just seem like a dream person, like manic pixie home dream girl or guy vibes, almost like, right? Um, like, why is everything so easy for them? It's not necessarily, it's just that they don't give a fuck in a way that makes them cool, right? Then we have Omega, they're the nerds. They're the nerds. Smart and sweet, homey, as in like stay home, doesn't like to socialize, whereas the others, will socialize even if they don't particularly like it, they just would prefer to stay home. Low key romantic, but hard to get close to them. Guard up. prone to outbursts because neglects emotions, right? Then we got delta, reluctant, shy, kind of like a beta, but like pessimistic, which is why I was like, not give a fuck in a cool way, because this would be not give a fuck in like a negative way, pessimistically. My glass, it's empty type shit. That's the delta. It's like y'all think beta's as bad as it gets. No, they all have their good qualities and bad qualities. Projects alpha, even though really more beta. They do give a fuck what people think. Can be self-deprecating. Yeah, there's way worse things than a beta. Stop making fun of people. Sigma, like an alpha, but with depth. Maybe that would be more Sag, right? Um, Noticeable. They don't necessarily grab the center of attention, but they'll get it regardless. Intriguing, but intimidating, right? Giving Scorpio already, just the intimidating alone, and also just like not ever wanting to be the center of attention, but always getting attention. Can lead, but prefers to just work alone. I think I might be Sigma. Um, Zeta, expressive, helpful, solo, social, but private, rejects society, creates art. Also could be actually Zeta, the one I didn't know existed. Um, that's so funny. I made a note. It's an alphabet, not a ranking. May look different in men and women. So it's funny. Just because kept seeing separate lists, female personality types, male personality types, and it's like they're the same thing. You're describing the same thing, but you're attributing certain things to femininity and other things to masculinity, even though you're describing the same personality type with the same name and everything. You're just like dividing it into gender for no reason. So I guess I made that note because I'm trying to keep gender out of it in a sense, where it's going to show up the same way in either or, even if the actions are different. And so to go back to, it's so crazy the way things are happening right now. It is, because I just feel like, I don't know, recently Lizzo, apparently, I didn't look into it and I didn't really see it, but Lizzo, I guess, was speaking on cancel culture being, and I pretty much agree. She was like, cancel culture is appropriation, which is a super nice way of saying kind of racist, because she was, I believe, like I said, I didn't look too much into it. I just briefly noticed it, like, on my way over here. She was basically saying that, people have been complaining about things for a long time. Discrimination in media and cultural erasure, and even, like, instilled racism into the systems, and people being jailed unjustly, and like, saying stop doing this, get rid of that, la 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 la, and people didn't really listen until the internet, right? Which is helpful because like voices can be heard at a higher rate and a larger range using the internet, and yet cancel culture has become extremely ineffective. Where, uh, like she said, you're appropriating it by trying to take people down for, let's dig up these tweets, let's dig up these old things, let's dig it up and be like, oh, this person is bad. And it's like some stuff is worth noting within due time frame, you know? But at some point you gotta like let it go and let people change. And of course, if they haven't changed, then you're like, okay, look, this is a history of them being this way, right? Makes sense. But if you are just trying to find reasons to cancel people, you're not getting the right people canceled. And it comes back to like the conversation about narcissism too, where it's like, yes, we see how like these out of control narcissistic people can act. I'm sorry, but a lot of celebrities fucking are narcissists. You guys need to let it go. There is a reason they have flawless reputations. There is a reason that they want to be perceived as heroes. There's a reason that they need to look good at all times and they want to stay young. Like, hello, once again, I don't need to diagnose anybody and I don't need to name anybody in particular, but you have to understand that a narcissist is going to do anything to make people like them and make themselves look good and popular and have money and power and fame and yada, yada, yada. Like,
Stop getting mad at people saying, oh my God, don't diagnose people on the internet. Like, oh my God, read the DSM and understand that you can recognize the traits and qualities of different things and see symptoms in people without fucking diagnosing them. And how do you ever change those behaviors, traits, and even societal pressures to make something different so that that's not a thing anymore? My God. Y'all need to be able to have these conversations and not shut everything down because it doesn't align with what you already know. Boom, baby. This is why we don't need cards in 2023. I heard a few readers. Okay, maybe it wasn't a few. Maybe it was just Queen Cups, but I feel like there was more than one person who was like, I'm going to be talking more on my streams. Because I think Birth of Venus mentioned that too, where it's like, there's so many messages that come in so hard. We have to stop relying on the cards entirely. It's just art, which is great. It's a great interpretation, but it's almost too vague, and we need to be more direct and take more action this year. The revolution may not be televised, but it might be streamed, baby. Welcome to it. Illuminati Miss Stacks, how you doing? Are you already following me or what? Okay. Brief little lucid intermission. Sometimes I'm feeling myself, sometimes I isn't, but it doesn't matter because right now is this. Okay. That was really kind of beautiful. I don't know who that was for, but got me in the chest and they're out the door. That's okay. Okay, so I ranted for a second there. It felt super relevant though. And it's funny that Liz was on the same tip. Her birthday's like a day after mine, I think. If I remember correctly. So that's cool. Um I'm giggling because that was but I don't even remember where I left off before I just was like, it's probably enough. That probably means that's enough, you know? So, reining it back in, looking at personalities, I guess. Um, it does all feel very relevant because it does feel like there are some changes being made and things that we accepted for too long or assumed would always be the narrative or assumed would always be there. The stubbornness that people have against like changing their own ways of life is kind of ridiculous. And like I think I talked about this on the last stream, but it was like so long ago that I honestly don't remember if it was on the stream or just a conversation I had with someone. Because man, it gets so fucking live in my DMs. I'm not even gonna lie. It's I have some of the greatest, coolest friends, acquaintances, associates, whoever they are, whoever I am to them times 10. Like, love the people that I know, really, truly. Um, Sometimes I'll be doing voice clips and stuff, and I don't remember, like, who said what, you know, or when I said something. So, well, because it's important to have these conversations with the people you know. It's important to discuss things like um, your emotions, feelings, even if you want to say spiritual journeys. And I think it's funny that it became taboo to not talk about religion or politics with people because you just fight and disagree. But you should know who people are. And it's not as simple as saying, oh, a Republican or a Democrat. Y'all all voting for evil people. It's really about what they believe and what they try to pass as politics, right? Because hating people of a certain ethnicity or race or something is not politics, bro. You just put a lot of things under the politics rug because you don't want to admit or address how fucking silly you are. You know? You don't want to have to change. Yo, it's good. We're in a ranting mood about anything you want. Currently, kind of talking narcissism, but like as a society, lol. Because like when celebrities are as celebrated as they are, lol, hence the name, I guess. And when you see or like accept how kind of narcissistic that is, you realize that although some of them probably are narcissists, there is a need to fill that requirement of looking perfect, seeming perfect, having the reputation, being, you know, like that, narcissistic, just for being in the industry. So I'm not saying all celebrities and all famous people are narcissists, but I bet you a fucking ton of them are. Especially when you hear that they're terrible people behind the scenes, but they like are beloved in their field or whatever, or like the same reason all these pedos have like these legacies that will never fucking die even if they're dead. Yeah, no, we're not doing happy birthday fucking whatever. No. The fucking get over it. Y'all are fucking spending money listening to dead pedophiles. That is fucking creepy and weird. And how are you separating the art from the artist? And how are you going to say, well, he's a hebephile because they were teen girls? 14-year-olds are still children. I'm so sorry to wake y'all up to that. Half of them haven't even finished puberty yet. Just because a girl starts her period does not mean that she's fully bloomed, man. Y'all are sick and psychotic and really desire control over people. Hebephile is reserved for people who are into 17 to 19-year-olds because even if it's legal, they're teenagers, right? Because once again, they're way more developed than 14 to 16-year-olds, but not quite as developed as 20 to 22-year-olds. Like, oh my God. The fact that, oh my God, right? Oh my God. Come on, man. And if you cannot have these conversations and you cannot let this shit go or realize what you're doing and understand that you are the problem because you're upholding this society in which it's totally okay to fuck 14-year-old girls when you're a grown ass man, as long as you're a fucking rock star. Like, no thanks. Y'all need to stop or it will never stop. And you're like, well, it's bigger than me. It's not just my fault. It's their fault. It's private jets. Like, no, bitch, there's 8 billion of us on this planet. You could not leave it to the 1% to fix it. There's more of us than them. How are we this far behind in the school of thought, right? Like, that's wild. But it was very intentional at the same time. That's why they recruit teens to join the military or to do porn or, 18's a pivotal time. And you're not at all an adult in almost like any sense of the word. You're not even half of the population's not even done with their schooling by the time they're 18. So you can't even be like, oh, I graduated and I'm done with high school and now I'm as educated as I'll ever be, because a lot of people go on to learn more things. And even if you choose to work or do a trade, still go to school, still learning, like you have no experience yet outside of like what was given to you. And the fact that we do not have a space to buffer between these massive age gaps once you turn 18 or 21 is kind of just fucked up. Yeah, but that's my point. Legally, 18, you're an adult, but like, no, you're not. Do you remember what you were doing when you were 18? You're not an adult. You're not even allowed to go to a bar in the US as an 18-year-old. Like, we're not adults at that point. Like, no one really is. In other countries, it might be different because they just are more mature and, you know, educate in a different way, perhaps. I don't know. I really only have the all American experience, right? But I've seen plenty of parts of the country and know people from many parts of the world. And I think unanimously it's just a young age. And it is part of the overall grooming sensation, and the reason pedophilia and sex trafficking is so prominent is ideals like that 18 makes you an adult or that 16 is legal, and in some states 14 is legal consent age. Once again, just because a girl gets her period does not mean she's fully developed or ready for sex. Holy shit, no matter how mature a fucking teen girl is, she still oh man, pre-roll ads. Gotta stop ranting. But y'all gotta change, man. Fuck, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I really was checking myself on this break. I was like, am I being too much? Am I too too bad right now? And honestly, in a way, yes. Yes, I am. But in another way, I need to be. It's that time. It's 2023. It's getting embarrassing. The way we have so many of the same sort of like, I don't know, barbaric practices that we've had for so long, or like some of the things that we as people, as a society, or even our governing bodies get away with is literally archaic. Like things that you think would have happened or been done a long time ago, still going on. We kind of see it in our everyday traditions just as much, where it's like, do y'all even question any of the shit you do, or you just really came here to vibe? But you ain't even vibing because y'all miserable. So like, what is the deal? Like, and not a single one of you want to change. That's so weird. Like, I just can't really even wrap my head around it. Sometimes, to an extent, you know. Yes, and also reminder that the age of consent is really there for teenagers to be able to have sex with each other. It's like an 18-year-old is legal to have sex as an adult, but then like 18 and 16-year-olds or 17 and 15-year-olds, you know, I don't know how to make that make sense, but yeah, the age of consent is really so teenagers can have sex. Otherwise, they'd be getting in trouble being minors, even if they're having sex with each other. If there wasn't, which is why even a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, because they're of the age of consent, will get in trouble for having sex with a 13 or 15-year-old. Unless you're David Bowie, you can be 28 and fuck a 14-year-old and nobody fucking cares. So, cool. It's so funny like that, and no, he's not the only one. It's came up on Reddit. There was a huge discussion about whether or not Elvis was a pedophile, and people were like, "Well, it was normal back then." And it's like, there's never been a time in history it hasn't been normal, and it still is now, and it needs to stop. It should have never been a thing, and it shouldn't be a thing now. Kind of just like, that's it. That's it. Like that's it. Like that's it. But if you aren't willing to let go of what they've done, then you'll never let them go. They live on, and you just feed that energy perpetually for no fucking reason because you claim to not align with it. Because if you imagined the dude down the street talking to your daughter the way that Drake was talking to Millie Bobby Brown when she was 14, you'd be really fucking creeped out, want to beat his ass. But because he's in the same industry, bitch, so is the line cook at the restaurant where your 14-year-old hostess daughter works, okay? How is it different? Tuh. Like, and now she's looks so old and grown and mature, and I'm not saying she looks bad, 'cause she looks really good and she's a super talented actress. But to sit here and pretend like these kids aren't being groomed and seeing people like Miley having to fight her way out of it, or Amanda Bynes still very much in it, or Britney Spears just breaking free from it, okay? And y'all pretend, well, no, it's not a thing anymore. We did it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why cancel culture barely ever works. Because you cancel someone for a fucking goddamn minute and then you forget they exist, you forget it happened, and you think you won. But you didn't do shit. It's just like a big fucking virtue signal. Nobody cares. Do something. Radicalize yourselves. The revolution is now. Girl style! But I get that Kathleen Hanna is a bit controversial because whether or not she's a turf is unclear, right? Yikes. Um, but I no comment because I don't know how I feel. I'm torn and I don't think the evidence is concrete enough, and I think she got a lot of hate in a lot of different ways for reasons that were like almost beyond her control, or everything that's popular today. It's like so funny to see full circle how people hated on Kathleen Hanna for not being well. There, like I said, some murky turf stuff. I don't know. There was a trans man in Le Tigre, so I don't really get the claims of turf. But then, like, also played at a festival for turfs, and I'm like, what, Lilith Fair? I don't think that counts, but I don't know. Like I said, don't have enough info. But I did read this article about how Kathleen Hanna's like the face of the punk movement, but she was like a stripper and she got plastic surgery and she was like a bimbo, but like a punk bitch. And now full circle, everybody's like into sex work now, and that's so punk and radical and like so like protect sex workers, and yet you shit on Kathleen Hanna because that's what she had to do to get Bikini Kill off the ground. Like, that's so, y'all, y'all, can you just sit down and then recognize yourselves, right? Like, it's just so crazy. And it's kind of funny. So, yeah, now that Bimborcore is back in, is Kathleen Hanna cool again? I don't know. Because if she's a turf, no. But until I really grasp why people think she's a turf, I'm gonna like just keep listening to the Tigray and Bikini Kill. And honestly, it's a lot harder. I mean, okay, that's the thing. Just because Harvey Weinstein is who he is, does that mean you should stop watching his movies? I think no. That's unfair to the hundreds of people who were in that production. From the other actors to the other producers, directors, to the fucking whole stage crew and the editors and everybody. Like, that's so unfair to let one person ruin what they did and stop them from getting money and royalties off of what they did, if that should be the case, right? Like, that's unfair to discredit everyone else's work because of one person. But if they're like a solo artist or something like Andy Warhol, like, we need to just stop that too. Like, sure, we can still listen to the Velvet Underground, even though their fucking album cover was by him or whatever, but like, he sucked. Let it go. He wasn't necessarily a pedophile, but he definitely was like hanging out with the 18 to 21-year-old crowd and then getting them addicted to heroin and shit. So it's like, he was like 30, you know? It's like not pleasant, that's for sure. It's like not that cool, even if it's not straight up pedophile. He was maybe more heavy, you know? But like, I feel like we have had these conversations too much, too casually, and yet not often or productive enough because shit just keeps going on the way it's been. And y'all say it's like not good and you don't like it, but then you won't do a damn thing about it either. So it's like, pick a fucking lane. So nuts. You're like concerned about sex trafficking, but can't even stop listening to fucking pedophiles sing. Like, oh, you know, R. Kelly made some. Who cares? Just who fucking. How do you even listen to someone speak knowing what they've done when that is what they did? Especially when y'all want to say you loved Alea so much. I think it's Aaliyah. I always say Alea, but it's Aaliyah, right? That's sad that you wouldn't even do it for her. Okay, let it go. Goddamn. But especially like the dead ones, like who's even got their estate at this point? Like built on the back of a pedophile? Like y'all are whack as fuck for that. Truly, truly. And the sooner you recognize it, the sooner you come to terms with it, the sooner you realize how problematic it truly is, because all of our actions are reflections, right? Like if you're a mirror, I'm a mirror, and all of a sudden, what are we looking at, bro? Because I am sick of seeing y'all shit in it. Break the damn mirror and be yourself, right? There's just a lot of illusions that we're coming out of, and what's done in the dark is coming to light. And there's just so much that's happening, and the tides are turning. And the meek shall inherit the earth, as always was said. And it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. That's what I have to say. The ranting is a little out of control. It's like, you know what? If I'm gonna feel these bouts of rage and do my best to subdue myself without being completely dysfunctional when I experience premenstrual dysphoria, then I am going to channel it into worthy causes and allow myself to do that in the healthiest way possible, which is just having a hot take radical conversation about some of the things broadly in society that aren't great. And it probably should avoid saying names of people. Never would want to implicate or accuse anyone that I don't actually know. But just once again, third party viewing, seeing people's actions, just making the point that if you saw those actions in people you didn't worship and idolize, you wouldn't accept them, right? So, gross. It was never okay. Just because it was back in the day doesn't make it okay. Just because you want to ignore it now doesn't make it okay. And it doesn't make it go away either. So, yeah. Um, that's the thing about like narcissists and psychopaths and shit like that. They just want to get away with stuff and see what they can get away with, and they want the biggest next thrill, and eventually nothing is enough, and it just has to be ultimately extremely taboo, and it's very it's a sick unhealthy, sad cycle for sure. Sad. Um, and I get that people are always going to dislike me for saying these things. And I get that I can be unlikable for my own reasons. Uh, but I will have to stand by a lot of what I say because a lot of times it comes from spirit, and if not, it comes from deep analysis because I do practice the scientific theory. Um, or I misspoke. It's funny that I would say scientific theory because I thought this the other day. Because sometimes I like to try to think of different things that would make for interesting conversations when I stream and don't feel like doing tarot. There was a little pop up thing on here. Do I have to do a pre roll ad? I'm doing the math. It would be around that time. Did this run a pre roll ad? We ain't even really talking about anything. This is so wild. I'll just be right back. Okay, so sorry, I don't know how long my fucking ad was done rolling. I really wasn't paying attention. I'm having this weird dissonance where it's a quiet night on here, and I'm just no unappreciation to anybody who's been tuned in. Thank you, especially if you're participating. Thank you once again. But I really had other intentions for how this conversation would go or the topic of interest. So it's weird that it was just like this hardcore ranting. It was almost like maybe whoever popped in needed to hear it, but I feel dissolved from the conversation. I feel like that was once again far from what I intended to discuss. But I'm also not exactly feeling the personality type conversation anymore because I thought maybe if I had some of my astrology loving cuties on here that they'd be into it. Um, but yeah, I guess when I said Alice in Backcountry, I should have known that I would sound insane and unhinged and talk about conspiracy theories and shit. Like, that's kind of the premenstrual vibe every month, Pinky. So we could have seen that coming. The thing that's odd is that I'm still enjoying myself, and once again, I may have regrets to an extent sometimes when I am going through the motions of my cycle. But for the most part, I feel like a lot of what I say needs to be said in the moments I say them, especially when I know, for the most part, how and when to cope or realize what's real and what's not. So, kind of not a rhetorical, recurring conversation that I have is everything that I was discussing for the past like half an hour, however long I've been ranting. Um, but at the same time, like kind of feel already removed from it and once again like not at mercy but just here for spirit, just here to say what needs to be said. It's definitely some kind of vibe this year of like once more I will probably be using my tarot cards even less. um, I know I was doing streams almost every night and using cards every stream for a while and it was a lot of fun, but it was draining and inconsistent, so I tried to schedule and it did prove to be helpful or functional, but very hard to stick to for a lot of different reasons. Um, and I do see some things changing in the next few months. And once again, New Year's, I feel like is the time to actually switch up. This is more of an assessment so that we can have a good, strong last quarter, right, of the zodiac cycle. I kind of maybe think we should pull the deck out and do the cosmic death of initiation now that we're kind of calming down and getting out of that aggro moment of hardcore ranting about society. But it's better than like taking that rage out on me or an innocent victim, right? I'm working on it. Once again, we can go back to the Greek alphabet personality types um, if we feel like it sometime. But I think after the other conversation, I'm not feeling that anymore right now. I think a lot of what I said needed to be said, but once again, unexpected as fuck. Could have never seen that coming, but is always relevant, right? So let's do some cosmic deck of initiation, shall we? Um, because this is just like midwinter break or whatever, I was on my sabbatical. It's the last quarter of the zodiac year, new calendar year, Capricorn season, lots of things where it's just like, I'm not trying to tell you what's going to happen or anything. Ooh, forgot I got this. Very nice. Very nice. Mm, um, I'm hearing something. It's like different songs where it's like something about comb your hair, but then I'm also hearing like Creme Bailey Ray. Go put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You know I can't reach your head down. So maybe she sings a different song that's something about combing hair. Or it's just two different songs playing simultaneously. Because we're going to get some alien frequencies. Oh, yeah. as soon as I was saying the law of frequency came out when I said that. So yeah, I can tell when the aliens are tuning my radio. That's for damn sure. In Sagittarius. So could be referring back to something that happened in Sagittarius season. Maybe you're a Sagittarius dealing with a Sagittarius. However, usually when I'm using these cards, and I would say not even usually, but almost all the time, I think of it more as a timeline because of the nature of these cards in these readings. But this is definitely those kinds of angels. The ones with the apples. This is not a real song that they're singing me. I don't know. Very big energy coming in. Exciting, you know. Okay. Um so cool. So cool, so cool, so cool. Getting such good cards. Like, love this high fucking vibration. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me excitation. I'm picking up good vibrations. Excitations. I don't know the last time I heard that song, and that's a damn shame because that's one that really never does get old to me, but it can be overplayed. So after a while, you're like, damn, I kind of miss that shit because nothing ever will truly top that, don't you think? I think they made the perfect pop song. The Beach Boys, you know? Totally unfair that they don't get the rep for that, but yeah. Cool. So, what's good, y'all? This is like, I am loving this energy right now. That's one thing for sure. It's beautiful. All those songs. I haven't been singing on this stream the whole night, you know? 2112. Hey, okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Scorpio energy. It's always this fixed sign. Capricorn. Cut the deck. There it is. Maybe you're a Capricorn, but it's Capricorn season. Guardian angel. Okay. Trust your intuition because you're being led by angels. Like, if you're thinking I should, then you should. Especially if you've been thinking about it since Scorpio season. Scorpio comes up. These are so hard to see on here because they're very light colors and a lot of them have a lot of white in them. Capricorn. Capricorn. Did you just join? I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you out personally like that, but I just couldn't help. Because as much as this looks good. As much as it is Capricorn season, and I literally specifically said like 5 minutes ago that these are usually more of a timeline, and it is Capricorn season right now. I do feel like maybe a Capricorn tuned in to something. But okay, I kind of do say the same thing a lot with these cards, but the point of them is for inspiration and to get you ready for your own initiations, right? And I think that when you tune in, you'll get the lessons you need, but they are sort of like repeated. It's like coursework, you know? It's like going to be the same things, almost by the book on a spiritual level. Kind of with these cards, but something about that Capricorn, it was like, like made me kind of pick it up and show you again that you're probably a Capricorn watching this, and I would guess it's the fourth person who tuned in. But foundation, you're just trying to build a foundation, and I can respect that. I get that. There is something about, I almost said a legacy. It's weird. It's almost like I'm thinking something and saying something else, and I think that's sometimes the difficulty with connecting to long distance connections in the alien sense of like kind of trying to get that fine tuning, if you will. So building a foundation, that's cool. Taurus, interesting. That'd be me, but also spring. So you might be starting something in Capricorn season right now. And it's going to build a foundation for this spring. Taurus season starts in April. Law of compensation. We kind of love to see it. And we do love that we got a small crowd here because it ain't for everybody. Not everybody's going to get paid. Not everybody's going to get laid. Not everybody's going to rock a fade. But at the same time, guardian angels are abundant. They're about. And if you can hear them out and work with them and listen to them and be one, appreciate them and yourself. Golden rule. take it as it comes. That's today's golden rule. It changes it. This is the one card that I just like switch up every time I do a reading. I just pick a random golden rule that comes to mind when I see it. So, what did I just say? Take it as it comes. That's the golden rule. And law of compensation and guardian angel. It sounds like what's to come is something good for the taking, and that can sometimes be the most difficult part, especially for people who can take the losses gracefully or well. Like take it as it comes when times are hard, but then take it as it comes when times are good too. Holy crap! It could get really good in here, okay? Because I heard some about inherit the earth, get the keys, January 24th. So whether or not that's physical, if you're waiting on a closing deal, I could see it going through that day. If you're waiting to move, if you're gonna make a purchase or something, I could see that like getting approved for something. But also, it could just be the day you have a slow realization of some sort where you get the keys to your own heart, to your own mind. I don't know how to explain that. Sometimes the keys to life are non material things, right? And so you might find what unlocks it and brings you that peace and gives you your piece of the world. So it doesn't have to be a physical thing, but it could be. But that's January 24th for some reason. It's not even significant in the sense that it's the start of Aquarius season or anything, but there's just something about that date that refuses to leave my mind for some reason. Like spirit saying, like, no, yeah, that's the day. So it's funny too because all summer long and even into fall, there was this image that I kept describing in my streams where I was seeing most notably relatable, I would think of Coco, where it was almost like this stage performance put on by the deceased because I go and visit the realms, right? And they just had the big red curtain and they kept saying, we're a little slow on production, we're a little behind, but we're getting it ready and you'll see, you'll see, you'll see, you'll see. And so we were all just kind of hoping for things and lost waiting in the water. We did a lot of tarot just because we were killing time. And it's like the same as playing cards and just waiting, or being at work and taking a break and doing a little shuffle, whatever. It was just kind of a chill time where everybody had to decide who they are, what they want to do, where they want to be, etc., while we get the timelines correcting. They're still correcting. So you can choose your course and then you pick, where you are or where you at least want to set your sails to. And that's what these last few months and even this past year was all about. Because you maybe noticed some of these things. Thank you for the follow. I believe you are wiser, you know. But these things, although they ebb and flow, it seems like this year is a bigger turnaround than we've seen in the past few years. Howdy, cowboy. But then we see the Trinity, okay? And so, like, sorry, I gotta stop doing that with these cards. We see the Trinity, and something I learned from doing these readings, and something that I really like. I don't want to say scientifically, but it's a cool thought. I just flip the deck and I see Libra, where something may have come to you in Libra season, and this will confirm what you were seeing. Is what I'm getting from that. If you were like having a moment where you were staring, but you were seeing this like, I don't know. Happens a lot if it's too bright outside and you look at the sky, but if it happens when you're not, when it's not bright and you're looking at the sky, it's like a little more questionable, right? But I'm sure there's like a more physical, biological explanation just from the anatomy of man that would explain it better. But what I would tell you is that you were seeing the Trinity spot. So this would have happened in Libra seasons, like the end of September, first few weeks of October. I saw one back in like April, and I prayed over it, and I kind of didn't know what it was because I didn't have this deck yet, but I had a feeling about it, and I knew it was something in creation. So the best way I'd be able to describe it in the way that it looks and in the way that it works, it is Sam Wise. It is going well. Duality. Yeah. Even a bad day can be a good one, right? So hopefully, maybe if you are having a bad day, just know someone else is having a good one. Maybe you're an Aquarius, or maybe Cancer, but something good will happen this Aquarius season, and that's what we were saying, right? So duality, being patient, not to imply that you're having a bad night or anything like that. Just it came up, okay? So law of cause and effect. Hmm. Very much a focus on accountability lately. Like law of cause and effect is that there's always a cause if there's an effect, and every effect has a cause, a root cause. So, kind of back to the Trinity spot, it does look like this, but more less angular, more gentle. I know it's hard to see these mandalas from this distance, and then if I get closer, they get washed out. But Trinity spots are like the opposite of black holes. Black holes are like these bottomless pits of destruction that destroy all matter and have no idea where they lead to or how they function. Then Trinity spots are essentially the same thing, but for creation rather than destruction. We have no idea like what causes them or where they come from, but they move about the atmosphere, I think. And if you pass through one, and you speak to it, you get it. If you get it right, I don't know. If you speak negativity into a Trinity spot, then you're producing and creating more negativity. But if you speak negativity into a black hole, you're removing it, right? Um, it's something like that. It's hard to explain because it's just a channeled message that I got a few months ago when I was first using this deck. They were telling me about what Trinity was, and I was like, oh, that's very interesting. It's especially interesting to think about the Holy Trinity as if Christianity, or maybe, I don't know if that's a Catholic thing, the Holy Trinity, or if it's more Christian based. But it's interesting that word was chosen to describe these things that are the opposite of the black hole, but also a religious, not necessarily a religious portal, but um, doing these kinds of things is almost like sealing portals, right? So it's almost as if they're containing all of your creative energy and taking it for their own by sealing it off in their place of worship, right? So it's kind of interesting. Um, call it the Holy Trinity. Um, I don't know what you mean by join. I know you're new to the channel. Nobody has answered my questions when I ask about Twitch, even on more appropriate channels than while I'm live streaming. So I don't do personal readings, but what I was saying probably applied to you if you were paying any attention, because it was said you, the one who just walked in, when I was talking about the Trinity spot, something happening in Libra season, but that's okay. You're not getting any more than that. It's all general. Sorry if that came across rude. Didn't mean it. Yeah. Yeah, so Trinity is a period of creation, and that's why it feels so different already, even though we are still approaching the new zodiac cycle or year. There is a reason they mark this as a new year, and there's a reason that there is a Chinese New Year, and I'm sure other New Years, where there are little or some kind of milestones to be celebrated, or cycles that are being renewed or starting or ending at each one of those times in different capacities or in different ways. So I think that's cool. But we are going to, this is, no matter what your year is, look, I'm picking up the Guardian Angel card again. Whatever your year is, this new year, whenever you celebrate that or commit to that or accept that in your own life and on your own schedule, is when things are going to kick off. And if you have been selfish, you may be inspired to be selfless. And if you've been selfless, you may be inspired to be selfish. That's something I've been noticing and people have been coming to me about. Is they're like, I feel like I've been needing to include other people, or that I need to stop including everyone, or, and it seems like, yes, it's the opposite of whatever you've been doing is what you need to do so you can balance yourself out. Um, as we move forward and into these times, it's kind of like there is something about shying away from responsibility on the level of who you are as a person and not just like the bills you pay, because there is some kind of idea, at least in the US, that you are inherently like the most mature and responsible, like the most money you have or the higher status you have or what profession you do, and then you end up having like completely emotionally inept adults who focus so much on doing stuff that they didn't develop in any other ways, and then they like don't know how to act no matter what job they do, which is why you see like these horrendous ass like TikToks and stuff of evil nurses because they like we're always told that being a nurse is so noble and helpful and selfless that they were like, well, no matter what I do, that's who I'm gonna be. I'm selfless. I'm a nurse. Just straight to the head. So there's just gonna be a lot less of that kind of thing, or a lot less of it will be tolerated in these upcoming year. Whoa, it's kind of weird that I would even bring up nurses, right? Oh my God. I'm sorry about your grandma. R.I.P. Um, that is very sad, and I am very fortunate to have known all of my grandparents. But yeah, it's life. But it's only been a week, so or it's this week, and you'll get over it in due time. And maybe you have a funeral, and it's sometimes easier to say goodbyes or process the loss when you get to experience the camaraderie of having something like a funeral service. And hopefully that's either coming up or happened, and you'll feel a little less lost when you're reminded that the reason grandmothers are so special is because you or we all tend to make the matriarch be matter, or if it weren't for grandma birthing all the people she did, then there would be no family, right? So the matriarchal respect of a grandmother is the tie that you have to your entire family, whether or not it's big or small. And that's, yeah, sometimes why it's so hard is that matriarchal energy. Um, and to have to go through the loss of a mother twice, that's really sad too. So I hope she did get to live a good long life and died pain free, because it's like the best thing that you could do. And I don't know if anybody else ever called you Smiley, but I'm hearing something about Smiley. I don't know if people make fun of you for just cheesing. Maybe you were a stoner. Grandma made a joke about you being Smiley because she like genuinely didn't know that you were stoned or something. Like that's what I'm hearing. I don't know. She had longer hair when she was older. I can like picture someone with like long white hair. And if she lost all her hair, then she like pictures herself with that hair. Um, I kind of am taking on a raspy voice, but I don't hear her having a raspy voice. Um, but maybe she was a beautician at one point, kind of something like that. Great clips. I don't know. Maybe she donated it before it fell out or something. I don't know. I don't know if any of that is accurate, but I'm a necromancer, so careful talking about your dead grandmas around me. That's for sure. Could have been mom too. Brought up two people. My bad. I usually like to do that with consent, but it just popped up real easily. So, proceeded to share. Probably should have warned ya, but we are 138, aren't ya? So, my bad. I can't remember. God damn it. I had this like really good habit of playing ads at the same time. Like every 20 minutes, I would play 1 minute ads, and then I started playing 3 minute ads when I absolutely needed to, which is every 33 minutes apparently. And I can't remember when I played the last one, and then it just randomly will pop up and be like, "You're running out of time. You must play an ad now." Like, that's annoying. Um, 'Cause I kind of want to go back to the cards too. But I kind of want to like, something else. There's something else. Hearing Foggy Molly for sure, for some reason. But Um, Law of cause and effect. I might take a break real quick before I get back to these cards. I feel like because it's a channel message, whoa, I can feel everything's changing. Somebody's kind of, I almost wanted to say somebody's trying to get a hold of me. I don't know. I could be getting a phone call right now for all I fucking know, but it could be your grandma. And like, I don't know. I'm not really trying to do that on live right now, but if you wanted to book a personal reading, it is one of my specialties, and you can message me if you want more details or go to my website, www.ellymilly.com, or my YouTube channel if you want to see some of my old videos or past streams, in which I do some of that channeling. If you don't believe me, if what I said didn't make sense, but I'm gonna take a break. Aquarius. I don't know if Aquarius season's relevant or if maybe your grandma's an Aquarius or anything. But yeah, I'm going to get back to the reading after this quick commercial break.
All right, y'all, I'm back. Had a little bit of a snack down. Let's do the tarot screen since I'm actually doing tarot now. Kind of. Cosmic Deck of Initiation's not exactly tarot, but. Well, it is. But it isn't. I guess it's like more oracle. But either way. Um, my dear Capricorn friend, if I'm not mistaken, it's her birthday even, but she gifted me this deck and this bowl, and I wanted this to be the first reading I did for the new year, and so I wanted this to be the first thing I smoked out of, on the street. I've smoked some weed since then, but yeah, so ceremonious with the Cosmic Deck of Initiation, the Cosmic Quartz of Alleviation. Figure out how to clean this shit a little bit better. I love dough. Definitely makes me feel like I'm doing drugs. It must just be a little clogged. There's a screen in there. Probably need to replace, etc., etc. I'll still finish it. Just hit so hard. Okay. So there's quite a few cards on this table right now, and we already did read like so many, right? Kind of don't want to revisit any of the stuff that I already said. But then all right, so we got Aquarius at the bottom of the deck. I'm seeing Law of Compensation still, and what else is being revealed to me here? Universal spirituality. Yes, there needs to be not necessarily a universal belief in spirituality that is particular to anything or any structure, but the need for a universal spiritual movement, however each individual sees it. So be it, right? But there needs to be a connection to the human spirit, right? Like it's dying. So cool. Yeah, law of compensation. Okay, what you owe, you will pay, and what is paid is what you're owed, right? So it can go either way. It just depends on what it's been like the past few years and what decisions you've made and so on and so forth. But Aquarius season is when it starts happening, which is weird because once again, I feel like this came up earlier and we didn't quite get into it because I was distractible today. But there was like this big switch in narratives where I feel like during Cancer and Leo, Cancer and Leo season was a lot of fun and high energy, and the focus was on the self, and it was a very creative time, very emotional time, very much a vibe, and that's summer for sure. But Virgo season, like I mentioned earlier, felt like everything got turned off, like the sim was shut off, so we could like recode it or something, and then turned back on in Libra season, and it felt like a drastic shift. And it's like, sure, that's the seasonal change. That's Persephone going back to Hades and, waiting for spring. But there did seem to be a big narrative switch in the cards because something we did or didn't do affected the outcome of whatever the timeline is, where it's the same timeline, but the connection was delayed. Like literally connecting to this timeline was delayed, and so everything. Thank you, thank you for the subscription. How long have you been sitting there and watching? Thank you for tuning in and for subscribing. I wish there was like more benefits to being a subscriber of mine, but you don't have to watch ads at least, which is kind of nice. So thank you so much. Um, I want to get better at Twitch, and then I spend like zero of my time attempting to get better at Twitch. The aliens have been here, bro. What do you mean when they're coming? They've been here. Look at every. Oh, okay. Welcome. I'm back. I took 2 weeks off after that whole month off. Like I was back for a month and took 2 weeks off already. No, I think I was back for 2 months, but still. It was kind of unintentional, but I was sick and then I took a sabbatical, so I was like, fuck it. And
and I've been ranting all night, but it's definitely becoming more calm around here. Um, okay, I feel like you've missed a lot on my streams. Thank you. Because it's funny you're asking these questions. We actually go over this a lot. I don't know if you're like joking or mocking me, but I am your guy when it comes to all that stuff. This isn't really the deck, but this is sort of an alien connection where these are like really high frequency, trumpeting angel type aliens for sure that definitely give some really positive, uplifting messages through these cards. But the other ones are more the science experimenting kind of invader aliens that you would find maybe more attached to planet Earth, whereas these are more ethereal beings that are in some realm of space that we might associate to be like or perceived as heaven. Okay, so that's what I would yeah, so with the mystery deck, my primary alien deck, once again, these are like the type of angels that I consider aliens, and not like archangels. The mystery deck, we definitely discussed how there's already so many like extraterrestrial species integrated into human genetics, and that most of us probably are some type of alien, and there have been at least three huge mile markers throughout history in which the crossbreeding began or the way we were bred. Um, you can see an evolution where there was these upticks and giant or massive changes in things. So the most recent one probably was 2112, 2112. Maybe there's another one planned for 2112. I was gonna say 2012, but I don't even think that was the year. That's just when things started to get obvious. It was probably 1999. Although I do think a lot of the hype, propaganda, or storytelling of 99 was very much influenced or a warning of what they also predicted to be 2012, where we did have time and we did nothing about it. And they did warn us and tell us it was coming, but we didn't trust it or didn't listen or whatever. So, thank you. Oh my goodness, another subscriber. Thanks so much. This is very nice because it was such a weird kind of evening, wasn't it? With all the ranting and me being just always a little more self conscious during my premenstrual week. So, thank you for the support. I don't know what you mean by 10th monkey stuff, but yes, that has come up where part of the reason that Lucy's body was preserved is because she was that specimen and that crossover species, and that's why once again humans evolved in the way they did, which is very different than all the other animals on Earth. So the ocean's inhabited by aliens, insects mostly aliens, birds mostly aliens, reptiles aliens, a lot of humans aliens. The most natural earthly creatures are the lions, tigers, and bears, like land dwellers, mammals, the stuff that's pretty much uniform. That's like the most natural of what we've evolved from, I think, on Earth. Even though they'll say, like, I always believed that, like, all life comes from hydrothermal vents forming bacteria at the bottom of the ocean floor. But in my older years or more recent months, even, I start to think that the ocean is actually just leading to outer space. Unfortunately, we did not get our hype train. Instead, a hype train is close, but 3 seconds and no one else subscribed, and now no more hype train. So that was a really fun moment. Back to the matters at hand. 10th monkeys. Maybe that 100% group. Oh, that's interesting. Because they share it with each other, or because they mentally pass it along to one another. That's kind of interesting because we don't fully understand, I guess, how monkeys communicate, or if they speak like a language, or if they all do just inherently know, by actions, what things mean. It's so interesting. So, yeah, I just think that even when you look at people, there's just such a variety in the way that people look, and the genetics that we have, even the way that some people like You ever see those families who are all over five? I mean, 5'5", 6'5", even like women, children. They like all fucking super tall, like giants, you know. But then there's also like, um, I don't even know the most up to date term to describe like pe- short, exceptionally short people with tiny limbs. I'm sorry, I don't know if I feel like all of the things we've been calling people small people um, has been derogatory without our a lot by my knowledge. You know, so I know you get what I'm saying though. There's just such a genetic variety, skin tone, hair type, that it's like, yeah, I could totally see how we all come from one base human genetic that evolved from what they assume would be apes. But I could also see that, yes, it would make sense if we were crossbred with some kind of more advanced, longer living, higher tech species from another planet that created what we see as human. But because there are different species who maybe attributed this, or because they were doing the crossbreeding at different points in history, is once again how we get such a variety of kind of, you know, human beings. Because it is weird, isn't it? Like, there is quite a variety of other animals sometimes, but there's also so much human manipulation. Like with tigers, you know, they breed tigers to be albino in certain instances, or we see a difference in captivity animals than in wild animals because it's in our nature to do that because it's probably likely where we come from. And so different species of aliens had different reasons for doing what they did. But either way, they were experimenting with human genetics and using our DNA to fulfill some kind of need or purpose, which I don't think is that far off from like reproduction itself. Because even if you're doing it the good old fashioned way, you're still bringing an unconsenting life into this world. So if they're bringing unconsenting life into our world, then like I literally don't really see that much of a difference. Maybe that's too justified. Definitely whoever these fuckers are, you know what I'm saying? The Mandala aliens for sure. Um, I think reptilians get a really bad rep. I think all species have the kind of same human conundrum that any do. Exactly. There are good and bad people. There are good and bad aliens, no matter what species you're talking about. Overall, I think the reptilians are going through something where they had like the big colonizer energy for a long time, and they're sort of being like, "Damn, now that we've pulled back a bit, we like could care less." I think the Pleiadians are kind of like the control freaks, and they're like, "No, we know utopia," and it's like, I guess that's just your opinion, but I don't really know which ones they are. Um, they're all pretty chill though. I want to roll the ad so I can remember that I rolled it at the 2 hour mark, so that we don't, so that I'm not unexpecting when to roll the next ad. I'm gonna, since I only have 33 minutes between pre-rolled ads, I'm just gonna try to do it every half hour, y'all. I know it's annoying, but it's even more annoying when it's unexpected or pre-rolled on us. So damn, I'm sorry you just jumped in here. We just went from we're just spiking in numbers, but I gotta roll an ad real quick before it pre-rolls on us. So I am so sorry to take this break, but I will be right back. Please tune in. We're doing some alien conversation and a cosmic deck of initiation. It's a cool time. Please do stick around, get comfortable, and ask the divine, whatever's on your mind. Hey y'all. So cool news. The way the ads work, I think now that we're in our second hour of streaming, I have 60 minutes rather than 30 minutes between ads. So I'm glad I rolled that ad when I did. I don't have to roll another one for the next hour, which is going to be nice. As mentioned, snacked real hard. My lipstick held up really good for a while, but at this point needs to be fixed. And even though I won't eat on camera, I'll fix my makeup on there because I do that anyway sometimes. Got new black lipstick, y'all. So excited. Tragically lost two of my favorite lipsticks. At the same time, a few months ago. Didn't go out of my way to replace them, but saw some black lipstick in the queue. I was at the local beauty shoe, and well, I'm real glad to have it, and it's better than the last one I had. So yeah, that's intense though. That was a lot. That's okay. I'll fix it. And lots. Yeah, I get it. I'm weird. Nobody cares. Moving on. All right. I'm sorry, I didn't want to keep y'all waiting. Okay. Sound of fortune cookies. We should do one of those. All right. As mentioned already several times, I do have a whole spread of cards, but I'm gonna get in it once more. It's kind of a really powerful layout too. I love these circular cards. They really do land different than the square rectangle ones. It's pretty cool to me. And this law of compensation was sitting on top of the deck, and it just keeps sliding every time I shift any other cards. So it's kind of really wanting to be seen. And I feel like the bottom of the deck being Aquarius is fine because Aquarius season is coming up. And it's funny, so there was this narrative during the summer, during those high vibe months, it was like, oh, everything's gonna work out, blah, blah, blah. And then something hit during Virgo season that it changed the energy, kind of went flat, things went quiet. And there was just something different. Once Libra season started, like things really changed. And we, like I mentioned before, experienced a lot of delays or whatever, but it was kind of for our highest good, or it was always going to appear that things were delayed because some of the things that we were expecting to receive, we were given spirit. I'm getting a headache right now. Literally getting a headache right here, right now. Some of the things that we experienced, or like thoughts that came to us, or things that we heard, I don't know how to explain. A lot of stuff came to us, inner vision came to us from within before it's coming to us about. And I think that's because a lot of our spirit guides or higher selves are kind of like giving a lot of people these extra chances that they don't really deserve, but it is their last chance. And that's why it's like kind of seems too easy, but people are still resilient. It's like, well, if it's so easy, then I can just do it anytime I want. But this Trinity spot is going to close. And so if you're stubborn and you don't want to take the steps or do the work, blah, 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 you can't just expect a miracle. But if you have been visualizing and you've been putting your money where your mouth is and you've been working on your shit and you've been doing it, then yes. It's just one thing, then I'll be okay. I need a miracle every day. You know? And that inner vision, you know it's coming. If you have a lot of bad thoughts, a lot of anxiety, lots of worry, unsure about the future, unclear with who you are, what you want, then, like, yeah, shit's gonna go bad. Because that's what you're creating and amplifying times 10 right now. And if there's anyone in your life influencing you to feel that way, then they've gotta go, or that's just gonna ramp up and get even worse. So, listen. You got to go for it. You got to go for what you want. You got to create what you want and do what you want, because we are in a Trinity spot, and I cannot stop showing you inner vision. What you see is what you get. What you see is what you get. Okay, so if you're seeing bad stuff, if you're seeing whatever, like I said, having anxiety and shit, then like you act now or forever hold your peace. Period. That's kind of the vibe this year. Um, the new year is last call. Last call, because the actual New Year zodiac cycle isn't till March. And so you have 3 months, 3 months, 3 months before it's too late forever. You never get another chance because it's closing the gate. It's closing that 10-year anniversary to the end of the world, which was really the beginning of this one that we're currently in. Okay, whether or not that's the matrix driven simulation that they described in 1999 or just something that the Mayans inherently knew, it might mark the golden era, the golden age. And look, the giver of light was face up and everything else was face down. That's me, ho. I am the giver of light, the law of cause and effect. If I shine, then you shall see. Remember that. Tell yourself that. Tell others that if you need to. Well, maybe don't say that to other people. But what a great mantra. If I shine, then you see. And anyone who wants to dim your light clearly wants someone else or themselves to stay in the dark. And there ain't nothing wrong with darkness. But there is something about not wanting to be seen. Okay? Lights may be blinding. But personally, if you shine bright, you shine right, that's just helping lead the way. Light the path and let people see things for what it is. Okay? It's a very unique, almost a perspective, even though I meant time of year or time in life. Okay? It's so cool. And I just keep dropping more and more cards without really getting into any of them. We have Libra here. So going back to Libra season again, something could have happened. Universal forgiveness, where you just have to like get over it or forgive people for what they did or something. I don't know. It seems kind of weak. It feels like a non-thing. Like, yeah, okay, sure. I forgive you if that helps. I don't know if you're like still whatever. Law of attraction. If you can't reach me, it's because you're not for me, right? If you don't know what to say, it's because you ain't got shit to say. Law of attraction. If you are having a hard time getting someone's attention, it's because you haven't fully not grasped it. There's a lot of different conflicting ideals that come with these series of cards right now. Okay. Yeah, that seems really bizarre. Law of attraction, law of continuity. What you continue to do is what you continue to attract. If you continue to change so that you can attract better, that's great. But if you continue to do the same shit, you're going to attract more of it, right? So let your angels guide you. Okay. I have never done a reading with these cards that were like so kind of sporadic like this. But law of attraction and law of continuity are at the top and the bottom of the deck. So that wants to be seen, but also like I just keep cutting the deck. Like it's almost as if I need to read every single one of these cards in whatever order they come out in, but I don't actually want to do that. That's a lot of fucking cards. I was actually trying to remember how many the other night. 52 cards. Yeah. I think I guessed more. Well, I guessed less and then realized it would have been more. But yeah, 52 cards. I'm not going to read all 52. But it feels like the energy is to do that. And honestly, what a cool idea, because there's 52 weeks in a year. Maybe we'll do that for the Zodiac New Year. in addition to doing the Thought deck monthly and the Damon deck quarterly, maybe we will add the entire deck for weekly insight for the next year. That'd be crazy, bro. I would maybe have to write that down. I cannot explain to you how this tastes like a hippie for some reason. It's so funny to me, but in a good way. I'm about to just switch to the ball. I feel bad not finishing that, but like, man, sometimes the whole point is to get lifted so they can come in, connect. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's hard. I said like a hippie. Yeah, it's giving like patchouli incense vibes in there, but like in a fun way, in like a my past way. I was a hippie once, but it's funny because looking back, it's like, yeah, no shit. I no longer identify with that. I was way different, way different, and ignorant. I'm sorry. I'm not saying all hippies are ignorant, but there was a lot of ignorance in the culture at the time, at least, because I was naive as fuck until my mid-20s, really, because I was sheltered by these like white spaces of white affirmations and white. What's the opposite of white guilt, but not white privilege, like white ignorance, you know? So definitely whatever. It's nothing's perfect. Nothing's as good as it should or wants to be. And like that's okay. No judgment necessarily, just an observation of my own personal experience. But that's why I no longer identify as or with hippies. So yeah. I'm punk as fuck. Get over it. Just because I'm psychedelic does not mean I'm happy. I shower. Okay. I don't think white people should have that. Yeah, I had dreads at a time. They weren't good. I could totally see why that would be inappropriate. Yeah. That's why it's like, no. I was a hippie. I was. Now I just smoke pot. I don't even smoke pot. I smoke weed. You know what I mean? Smoke weed pretty much every day. And it's funny how I feel like more in modern times, there's this like somewhat of a pressure for people to age out of smoking weed in a sense. And it's funny because there's always been those old heads who've been smoking weed since like the 70s or whatever, and like they never quit, and no one ever pressured them to quit necessarily because no one really ever pressures people to quit drinking at any certain age unless it's excessive. Then someone would be pressured at any age if they're excessively drinking. But we never think that people will just grow out of using alcohol in the way that we assume people will grow out of smoking weed or using marijuana. It's kind of annoying. It's like one of the many hypocritical factors of just the way we treat people in society, at least once again in the U.S., because that's really my perception. Is a good broad look at the American spectacle. So here, cheers. So in the morning, please don't say love me, 'cause I only kick you out of the door. Red lips, hair and fingernails. I hear you ain't no Jezebel, so let's go upstairs and read my tarot card. Come on, girl, stay with me. Stay with me, 'cause tonight you better stay with me. Ooh. I don't know why that popped in my head. That's so, honestly, maybe that's just divine timing, right? Most people will refer you to someone, but if they had no referrals, then yeah, maybe it's just time. I go back and forth on it. Sometimes I really don't smoke that much. Sometimes I smoke excessively. Sometimes I quit entirely. But this phase of my life right now or lately, I am in a period of um, rest and recovery that is coming to an end. So I know that there will be times when I need to stop or have to stop or want to stop, even. Um, but it is part of my self medication process at this point because there's no outright medication for me to take that will guarantee benefit me in the same way as the smoking weed does. So, hair. Oh, I live in a place where it's legal, so I never have to worry about plugs. I just have to, all else fails, go to a dispensary. But I prefer homegrown, for sure. And that's why I smoke on Twitch, is because I'm allowed to, because it's legal where I'm at. So, yay! Cool. Um, these cards, okay, so they're really intense and they're really beautiful, and I keep getting distracted from them because one, I've been saying I'm distractible tonight, and two, they're intense, they're high frequency, they're very beautiful, but they're very magnetic, angelic, something magnitude. They have a great magnitude. Pop, pop. Um, something magnificent. I feel like is kind of coming up. We're coming out where there's this like overwhelming crowd feeling. Um, Overwhelming feeling, quite the crowd. It's kind of like two separate things that I said as one when I said overwhelming crowd. Um, Kind of can't get enough. Kind of can't get it off my chest. Kind of can't. I can't even tell what I'm channeling anymore, or who, or what. And I would never want to confuse anyone by thinking a personal message or a general message is vice versa. But there's something where it's like, I don't know if this is supposed to be personal for me, but there's something that is feeling like human about this, human to human connection, and to be like, confirm, confirm, confirm. You want me to say it 6 times? Confirm, 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 confirm. What am I confirming? Just that I got your message, I think. Something like that. Um, Confirm what? Confirm what? But what's funny is a lot of times in tarot and in these spirit messages, or when you're talking to angels and stuff, it's like um, we receive confirmation or need confirmation or want confirmation most of the time. But the fact that I'm saying confirm is almost as if you are the one who needs to give the confirmation. Okay, like if you're like waiting on an answer, a result, or wanting to know something in instance of maybe someone else, there is, like I said, confirm. Like, why did I just say it 10 times or whatever? You need to confirm. That was your confirmation. 22222. Confirm with whomst? You, me, and everybody times 3. Confirm what? That is the question for yourselves. Okay, so confirm. Cute. So this one, I just guess Aquarius. This was the bottom of the deck, and it was sitting on my lap just now. So like, that's the thing. You'll be sitting pretty. It'll just be on your lap in like a few weeks, and it'll just like. But you have to confirm the date. You have to confirm the keys. You have to. I don't know what the keys and the date thing. January 24th. I don't know what that is. You got to confirm with people your schedule. Confirm your appointments. Universal abundance. Confirm the universe. Confirm yourself. Confirm your Trinity spot that this is what you really want. Like, this is what you're going for. Law of continuity, law of cause and effect, miracle. It's like the same cards reiterating itself over and over again. And I think that's part of the intensity and the high energy of this reading. It's like, yes, confirm, confirm. And I'm not saying confirmed. I'm not telling you it's confirmed. I'm not telling you it's a guarantee. I'm telling you that you need to make it that way. You need to confirm that. You need to make that a guarantee. Initiation. You need to take initiation. You have to initiate the process. You have to move forward. You have to do the progression and the processing. Okay? Boom. That's what that is. And so there is this like high intensity thing, law of frequency. If you don't like the way it sounds, then you better dial up. Like you better just figure out where your frequency is meant to be so it doesn't hurt you as much. Hey, how long have you been creeping? Damn. You don't just sit silently usually. Um, welcome. Hello. It's one of those nights. Um, and I'm just now getting into the tarot, and you have always been more into the tarot, I think, than a lot of the conversations. Yeah, I'm about to start in a week. That's why half this stream was me ranting about pedophiles in the fucking Hollywood, any industry, lol. I don't even know. I get so rage mode that I don't care. I'm like, I'm stoned and I'm not yelling, so I'm just gonna bitch about something important that really needs to be discussed before I do tarot, because I had to get that energy out so that I could let these angels in and speak freely, wildly, and happily through me and carry messages of joy like they always do without me sassing everybody and giving attitude, even though no promises, because I have done that to a few people. Sorry about your period, bro. Really ironic that I would call you bro in that moment, I guess, but some bros get periods. Cool. And it's funny because this reading is just words of affirmation, pretty much. Okay. It's funny because confirm that they are this, whatever. Confirm they are who they say they are. Confirm that they feel the same way. That's probably what that message is for you. I had no interpretation for it, but if you just apply it to any situation of your own, yes, confirm that shit. So, law frequency. If you don't like what you see, then there's something that needs changing. Yeah, you think I probably have a whole album. That's how it's been streaming. Um, That's good. I'm assuming you mean the identity bit. Miracle. Yes. Okay. Law of continuity, law of cause and effect. It's something about the deck that makes me want to just keep shuffling, but there's literally so many cards on the table. And I've been saying that and saying that and saying that repeatedly for the past probably at least 26 minutes, if not longer. And yet I keep going back to shuffling and reading the same few cards over and over again instead of seeing what's on the table. So very confused on to why I'm doing that. But we got universal freedom, Virgo. Okay, so Virgo season people were like, oh, I have freedom to do whatever I want. I'm going to do nothing. And then Libra season really fucked everyone in the fucking ass. Unless you worked through Virgo season, which not a lot of people did. Not a lot of people did, because it took a lot more work than just the physical going to your job type work. Pisces. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Forgot you're Pisces. I was not even thinking about that. But your Trinity spots, right? You didn't do the work, the self work, the shadow work, and work. So, yeah, maybe something Pisces season, but universal freedom again. I saw it twice now, so I say something. Universal freedom. Everybody's allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. Period. Why? You should just fucking hope that you get to live through it. Damn. I honestly, for some reason, thought I was cool enough to be in the 27 club, and it's like, yeah, right, nerd. Whatever. Law of continuity. Life goes on. Universal truth. 27 is young. Kind of like, for real, young. Like, let it hit you for a moment. Mac Miller was literally your age, right? Like, when he passed, 26 years old. And you, now that you are there, and you're like, oh, I feel old, but you're like, damn, that's so young when you put it in perspective. So just appreciate your 20s while they're still there. Because I feel like I did appreciate my late 20s a lot. I feel like I was super into who I was and was more consciously choosing what I did. And it's also when you have your Saturn return, I think it's like your Saturn, your late 20s, I mean, because I think it's every 28 and a half years approximately that Saturn returns or whatever. Yes, exactly. And that's why I did almost die at the age of 27, because I was like, this is my destiny, isn't it? I'm fucking Jesus or something. I don't know. It was kind of a weird, not really a crucifixion, but it felt like one. Like, I don't fucking know. It's kind of crazy. But I made it, you know, all the way out of my 20s even. So that was kind of cool. Um, it was eye opening. And a lot of life doesn't feel any different. A lot feels a lot better. And I wish that I could do so much of it over again. And there's so many things I wish I knew back when that would have saved me so much time and tragedy. I am just finally glad to realize that I did lose half my life to battling PMDD. Like, literally had to deal with it for 20 years, and only be functional or be yourself or be happy and not suicidal for 2 weeks out of every month is literally half of your life. So that's like crazy, and I can finally cope with those things knowing what it is. But I didn't start that process until 27, and it was at that point almost too late because it still almost killed me even knowing what it was. Okay, like, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like a really good time, but you'll probably still have your tower moment, because when Saturn returns, it reminds you of everything you've ever done on this earth. So if you've been a bad person, that shit fucking hurts. That's like true shadow work. That's like owie, boo, boo, ow, yikes, it hurts. And we're all bad people. That's the thing. Some people just refuse to look. That's what we mean, right? Like that, people who want to dim your light just want to keep things in the dark. Hey, fuck them, shine anyway. Let that bitch light up. I can't put this deck down. Commitment. You looking for a commitment? You better figure out if this is it. Yep, commitment again. Aquarius again. Aquarius season. Miracle. Careful if you don't want kids. Better be wrapping it. Guardian Angel, Universal Abundance. So, cool. Inner Vision. Again, I love this card. It's really pretty. It's very much like the Topo color scheme. I don't know. It's kind of a niche 90s reference, but I want to play that game so bad right now. Inner Vision. What you see is what you get. Hopefully you've been seeing good things. Not everybody's mind is a beautiful place, unfortunately for them, but for us, yeah, we work on that. So we have two face down cards on the top, essentially, and I usually reveal these at the end, but let's just say this. Part of the reason I probably hesitated to do this whole reading, you know how I kept saying cards on the table, and then you watched me shuffle for like the last 45 minutes or whatever. These two face down cards symbolize the biggest blockages or the things that will signify when this begins, this reading, whatever's on the table. Okay. Universal spirituality and giver of light. Was I not just saying some shit about dimming your light for no one? And people who want to dim your light talk down to you, insult you, hurt your feelings, yell at you, get mad at you, not give you space, not respect your boundaries. That's dimming, baby. That's dimming a light. That's dim-a-dome, Doug Dimdale. You done dimmed the wrong light if you think you're going to get away with that over here on this channel or with Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Doug Dale Dimmadome. Okay? There's no way. There's just no way that you could. There's no way you could. And so you should stop. You should stop doing it. You should stop trying to dim other people. I especially notice people who really like to be hypercritical of others or are constantly making fun of others also want to be clapped for over the smallest things that they do. They could just do regular ass shit and have basic life skills and be like, oh my God, look at me. Like, I'm so proud of myself over this little thing that took almost absolutely no effort. But then they also want to like talk down to people who do whatever they do and bash on it for almost no reason. other than, if I make these big victories look small by belittling them, then I can make my small victories look big by uplifting them. And it's like, listen, buddy, you could just have it all. You could just be proud of anyone for any season or any phase of the life that they're in. No one has to succumb to your will and whim. Nothing has to be a competition. That's your own problem if you see it that way. And if the only way you can win the competition is by cheating and shit talking and making the other person feel bad, then let me tell you, that's the biggest L of them all. Like, what the fuck? So if somebody's making you feel that way, like, just remember that. They're in last place. That's why they act like that. There's no reason for it. There's one thing to be able to discuss um, community issues amongst your peers, and there's definitely times where it's necessary to take action against people's actions in a broad sense, but in this specific way. You get what I'm talking about, right? So you can't take this too literally or apply it to every single situation, but there is, I think we all kind of know who I'm talking about for you personally, right? Where that's that light. There is someone who's kind of hating on you, and you might not know them, you might not see them, you might not hear them, or you might not hear it that way because you're sitting here saying, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. But listen, if you can't hear what evil sounds like and you don't see evil in front of you and you don't say what you think is evil, then you are just making yourself susceptible to it and becoming its victim and becoming its prey. And then you be prey. And it's like, why would you even go through that process? You need to know what evil is. That's, yeah. It's like, okay, one thing that will always stand out. I love American Horror Story. If you don't already know that, listen, I could do a whole 6-hour stream on how much I love it and go into way too much detail for every episode and every season without even watching it. Like, I've seen it too much. And when I'm into what I'm watching and I rewatch it, and I'm like, oh my god, it never ends. I have like so many badge awards or whatever you call it on the fucking American Horror Story subreddit. It's not even embarrassing to me. I'm not even embarrassed by it at all. I don't care. I love it. Okay. But something that really stands out is uh, season 2, Asylum, episode 13, the last one, and there's a conversation between um, Lana and Sister Jude, and it's a flashback to the beginning. So it's not much of a spoiler or anything, and it's just something she says. Sister Jude says to Lana that when evil, I'm gonna maybe mess this up, but it's pretty damn close. When you look evil in the face, evil stares right back, I think. And it was like, whoa, got him. What a beautiful zinger. It was so cool. It was so cool the way it's played out in the show. It's literally like 100% Jessica Lange and Sarah Paulson. Amazing. Sarah Paulson's so good in that season that I named both my period and my ovulation cycle after her, respectively, Sarah Paulson and Lana Winters. So, kind of just really love it. But she said that shit, and I was like, wow. And I feel like that's relevant right now, because once again, if you're too busy, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, then how do you even know what the fuck evil is? And how do you reckon with the parts of yourself that are inherently evil, like every individual on the planet? Like, you don't do some inherently evil shit. Like, regardless, something that you do that you don't see as evil, you have to accept other people see as evil. Me having premarital gay sex is like the most damning evil thing that some people can think of. Okay, and I kind of do whatever the fuck I want, and like, I don't think that's evil to love or even experiment with others. Like, some people think that smoking weed is evil and call it the devil's lettuce for a reason. Do I think I'm evil for smoking weed? No. I think I'm evil for hoping those people get really fucking high someday and regret everything they've ever done because they didn't smoke weed early enough in life. That's what I hope. Those are my evil thoughts. All right. The sooner you accept, recognize, and understand your evil side, your particular thank you, your particular brand of evil or your own definition of evil or ways that you can identify, right? And it kind of does play into empathy. I think unempathetic people would never be able to rationalize the fact that they were inherently wrong or evil in some way. Um, at least to a significant capacity. Anyway. But I guess that's just theoretical because I'm no expert. Nah, I am. Just not a professional. Here. So, what were those blockages again? Giver of light. People dimming your light. That's why I went on that rant, is because, yes, you have haters. I'm sorry to say it. I'm sorry that makes people so mad. I'm sorry that makes people jealous that some people give a fuck about other people more than others, okay? That's not your own fault that people are so fucking interested in you, so fucking intrigued by you, and so fucking obsessed with you. That was just you being you. And the more you that you are, the more people are going to be drawn to you. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of discourse surrounding you, a lot of information about you, a lot of desire to know you or want to get close to you, or people even using you or wanting to fucking not set you up, but I don't even know, like, where this is really coming from, but there is this element of like, yeah, bro, you probably do have haters. It's not all in your head. Stop letting fucking people who don't relate tell you who you are, how to live your life. That's like a big part of the lesson that needs to be learned in these last few months of this zodiac cycle. Because the calendar year signifies a different milestone than the zodiac year does, right? And to start the process all over again and to welcome spring. And oh my God, it's gonna be magical, magnificent if you put in the work and did your shit. Okay, like that's the perfect time to cry. It's the end of the year. You're saying goodbye. You're letting go. You're releasing it all, and then you're moving on into a new sun, a new season. Aries, fire, warmth, spring, regrowth, renewal. Like, it's very beautiful. I cry all the goddamn time, but you bet your ass I'll cry during. Actually, that's the thing. I cry all the time. I cry a lot in April. Cry a lot. I cry a lot in the spring, and I cried a lot this summer. It was weird. I think it was stress, but also the tenure where it was like a lot of happy tears. Even like it's whatever. But the past few months, it's been a lot less. Um, and I feel like I'm always dancing in Pisces season because, as much as Pisces is water and known to be one of the more emotional signs, it's also the feet, right? It's also the feet. And I love that. And it's dancing for me. And that's how you ring out the new year. Even in the calendar, is like people like to go out, they like to go dancing. There's a big party and a ball drop and music. And lights, disco, gold, magic, colorful sequins, blah 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 blah. But it seems like that's how I like to spend the end of the end of the year. Kind of, it's in the same way at a different time. But usually because nobody's in that mood, I don't go out to celebrate it. I love making the videos and stuff, doing lives and stuff. I'll see what happens this year. It's hard for me to plan that far in advance. It seems ridiculous, but it's cool. It's cool. So, kind of love it. Kind of a bit of side note. What the hell? Um, that was just all giver of light. Like, I'm giving you your light back. Here you go. Let me hand you this baton. This should charge you up because you are your own natural source of light, which creates love. Yeah, like take that shit. I got it tricked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, dun, 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 dun. I don't know why I do that every single one of them. It's so annoying. Um, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about how one time when we were doing like a talking stream, and I knew that I didn't know if I was gonna commit to doing tarot tonight. Somebody kind of like asked me what my favorite band was, and even though everyone would roll their eyes and be like, there's one like super obvious answer," and then even if you thought that there's like three or four different obvious answers, but I think there's some stuff that I resonate with, and then there's stuff that I love. Like I fucking love the Grateful Dead, dude. I put the Grateful Dead on and I am just like so about it. I am so in my zone. I'm so at peace. I feel like I am there every single fucking time. And even though I experience most of those times really late in their timeline and even very early in my own, and could not experience it in the same magnitude or gravity that I would now or do now, that was such a pivotal time for me that I can recall and recollect that energy just from hearing a Grateful Dead song. And I realize that this sounds straight out of Freaks and Geeks right now, but like, oh my god, bro, like so beautiful. And in a way that resonates with my soul, but the music is just pure love to me. Like, I love it, right? But then something like Gogo Bordello, so fucking good. That shit slaps so fucking hard. And I hear it and I'm like, this is exciting, this is cool, this is unique, this is different, this is what I resonate with. And on so many different levels because it is so fucking weird. And I'm totally fucking weird. And I think Eugene Hoots is a Virgo, and I fucking have this thing about Virgos. And I just couldn't like even fathom, because it's very ancestral, even because I'm of European descent. Like, it sounds stupid, but it's true, where it's just like whatever in me is like not triggered but like awakened by that music. And it was like a pivotal time to hear that in high school and to be able to connect to my European roots at such a young age in such a whitewashed world, right? So that's something that I resonate with. So I think my favorite and like what I'm most deeply connected to would have to be two different answers, because music is so casual sometimes, but also, so transcendently, magically good in other realms, even. That I think music might be some kind of monster, much like a calliope, the self pumping traveling organ, right? Isn't that what a calliope is? Sorry, that was a random rant, but I was singing a song that it's like, I could just imitate the whole thing. It's weird, right? And it's funny because I can listen to like the same things the same amount of time and still not really know things in the same way. And it's like, is it just easy to learn, or is it just something else? Questionable. It was silly. It was silly. It was silly. But I thought of that song because Giver of Light. Dun, 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 dun. Universal spirituality, the other block. Once again, we don't have to universally decide on one method, mode, or belief of spirituality, but there has to be some kind of revolutionizing revelation on the spiritual level for each individual, however it comes. So some people, hey, for me, I've always been a very spiritually open person. I've always been very much an Alice type, you know. Was very much into psychedelics, and that's its own thing too, right? And the Grateful Dead and stuff, even before I did drugs. So, well, maybe that's not true. Either way, you get what I'm saying. I can't even remember what I'm saying. How would you know what I'm saying? Why were we talking about drugs? I don't know. Crap. Have I been talking to aliens this whole time? Have they been picking and choosing stuff out of my memory bank to talk about? I don't want to get into the experiments. I do. It's too much. It's the other deck. It's like the cards. The cards. Universal spirituality. Thank you. So although I've always been open, I feel like it wasn't until more recently that I attributed any of my experience religiously as a part of my spiritual journey, and connecting more universally, where um, it was sort of like too open of a path becomes a bad path, or being open to anything draws you into things that really are bad for you or evil, especially if you want the blinders on, where you like see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But I've always spoke evil, so I've been able to identify it, but I've always listened to evil as well and been told, no, 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 it's not what you think, it's not like that, so much, and say, okay, I'll give it a chance, and then boom, I'm right now, and I didn't want to be in that scenario, right? It's things like that. Lessons, okay? But lately, uh, Bright Eyes just popped in my head. The most depressing Bright Eyes song. Gus. What would you call the most depressing Bright Eyes song? LOL. If anybody has an opinion on that, I would love to hear it before I say what song came to mind for me, because like you could literally pick so many different songs. Kind of funny, but so beautiful. Aquarius is really kind of nail lyricism to me, in the most poetic ways, kind of. But okay, no Bright Eyes fans. It's alright. It's alright. I just thought about how last winter I was listening to Waste of Paint a whole bunch, and how much I really, really love that song. And I feel like even though I've been listening to Bright Eyes since high school, um, that is one that I never recall hearing. Because the fact that it was different, we didn't have the internet. It was like whatever CDs your friends could burn for you, or whatever you were willing to risk downloading off the fucking shadiest internet your fucking young asses could ever imagine. Come on, man. Times were different. And I kind of miss that. I feel like this is coming up a lot this year too, because technology is just so out of control. There's really nothing genuine about anything anymore. Like, that's the thing, is some people would just hate on anything that hates on modernism. And it's like, I get that. I get that I'll sound old. I'll sound like I'm in my 30s. I'll sound like I'm fucking, but I actually feel quite youthful. And I think most people even assume that I am quite young. So I don't want to hear like I'm some crotchety old person. I don't know. I do wear a vest a lot. I feel like that's a grandfather move, but that's okay. We're not discussing that. But I do feel like there's something very disingenuous about the fact that you can just get anything you want on the internet. And like, there's a lot of convenience to it, and there's a lot of people that really helps, and there's no way that we can really turn back unless we, of course, um, stop demanding it, because, everything works on an economy when you live in a corporatized capitalist society. Like, come on, do your own math, please. Realize that, like, as much as you say, me changing myself isn't going to do anything, that's a fucking lie. Because, once again, 8 billion consumers, if you simply consume less, then yeah, the supply goes down because the demand went down. That's basic economics, and it's the only thing that these people respond to is their money, their pockets. So, it's the only place you can target them and hurt them. Violence, they don't give a fuck. You don't even know where they are. You don't even know who they are. You don't even know who the enemy is. So how the fuck can you come at them physically? That makes no sense. Instead, you're fighting each other in the streets. That's fine. Some of it's totally necessary. I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's not affecting them. It's not affecting the overall conditions, right? It's just getting some groundwork done and established. Period. And showing them what is to come, right? But there is something very brilliant about the fact that they are so in their pockets. Because if we simply did just with basic, it would, you know, we saw it happen live during COVID when it simply wasn't an option. And we had great results. That's so funny that no one's willing to make any kind of changes, and then make jokes about straws for eternity because that's like the only solution that you can come up with. Come on. Come on. Try harder. Like, do you just not even think twice about landfills, regardless if you don't believe in global warming, where you think all that plastic is going? If you don't believe in recycling, if you don't fucking, like, I've literally heard people say that. I don't know if it's a Midwest thing or like a backwood thing, but like, what do you think happens? It's just like out of sight, out of mind. Like, we ship our trash to other countries who have no room for it. Who knows what the fuck? They just send it back as our toothbrush. Like, probably. So maybe you can think twice about what you're buying, consuming, just to destroy or throw out or never think about again. Because it's crazy how out of control the situation gets with 8 billion people on the planet. So if you sacrifice spending $1 on one billionaire, everybody sacrificed this $1 on the same billionaire. That's why strikes work. But you have to continue to take that dollar and just cancel those subscriptions and just stop relying on that shit. And that's not to say that everyone should, because the thing is, it opened up a new reality for people who are stuck at home, um, otherly abled, or just, you know, even agoraphobic. You can order it online. But it also created addictions. Out of control spending, out of control production, out of control fast fashion and packaging and plastic. Like, just so much. Thank you. Just so much. So many problems that we do need to kind of stop and think about what we're doing if we ever want to see shit change for real. But the thing is, most people don't want shit to change for real because they actually love living in their own idea of luxury and having these things as comfort. And they love being able to access anything they want at all times without truly considering the repercussions other than broadly gesturing at the private jet saying that's a problem. Because, of course, if you admit you're the problem, then you are responsible to fix it. That's thinking Roy Anderson. And only an expert can deal with the problem. Only an expert can deal with the problem. That's a great song. Um, so, what is. Oh my god. Have you guys seen that the whole time? I spilled something on my vest. I don't even know what it is or when. It could be salsa, it could be makeup, it could be anything. I can't believe nobody noticed. Came out though, so whatever it was. We're rocking, we're cruising, we're gonna keep going. So, we're getting to that hour mark. I'm gonna have to roll an ad. And maybe shut the fuck up. Damn, I just like ran my mouth for the last hour and barely even read these cards. So, we can take an ad break and maybe get back to the reading. Cause what the fuck? Oh, I kind of sent all that to say that that's why there's a need for this revolution of spirituality or a universal spiritual movement, if you will. Even if once again it's not the same beliefs and ideals. It's just everybody having their own, right? So, like I was kind of getting at, is some people it takes a near death experience, some people it takes going to church, some people it takes seeing the light, giver of light, universal spirituality. These are the biggest blocks in what is coming. And that's why everything feels negative, because until you can move through these things, recognize who the fuck is dimming your light and doing it on purpose, and recognizing that we do need to be on a more spiritually driven path and that we do need to take responsibility for ourselves is going to move these good things into motion much faster than fixating on how much you hate the world and how it's so out of your control. Because honestly, it never truly is. We've just got to do what we got to do about it. Okay, let's roll the ad. I'll be right back. First day back in a couple weeks. I'm sleepy. Oh, I forgot. We're doing tarot, not chat. Okay, I'm feeling kind of sleepy, y'all. I'll probably wrap up this reading and then go. I feel like I just keep ranting tonight, and it's like, it's decent filler, I guess, for the sake of the stream. But at the same time, it just feels so unnecessary to be bitching about the same stuff constantly. But also, if people are still struggling with these concepts or grasping these ideals, then that's what needs to be said over and over again, I guess. That's why I say it, because I let spirit sort of lead, guide, whatever. Try to get back to these aliens, or just get a square up reading on this. So, law of limitation. Understand that even though anything is possible, and you can still do 6 impossible things a day, just like Alice and her father, there are still laws of limitation. Some of the basic ones would be like, you know, law of limitation would be like, sure, you can do that in this world, but there might be consequences even if you don't experience them now that you might experience in the afterlife. You know, see religion. Um, you can manifest whatever you want, but everyone has free will, so you will not always get the results you want when you try to manifest a person. Okay, so there's just like a lot of different laws of limitation. So just understand that as much as you can do whatever you want, really think about what you're doing and weigh your pros and cons and see how it could be affecting other people, or like what it entails or what it really means or whatever that could be for you in a sense. I think a good example is someone earlier said, I can't imagine what it would be like to be in that position when we were talking about celebrities, and then, some of them trying to have flawless reputations and others being a little more honest about who they are. Um, is that if you do seek fame, or you do want to be a celebrity, or you do want that kind of attention, then you do have to sit and think about what it would be like, because it would be really hard, really kind of difficult, annoying, and probably not always fun, even if there are a lot of perks and even payment in it. So everybody's different. Not everybody wants that. Some people, sometimes you have to just rack them with getting it at the same time, rather than craving it, but just accepting that, if I'm going to be the best in my field, that I might have some recognition. So I need to get used to the spotlight type shit. It can go either way. But yeah, trying to imagine yourself in scenarios like that would be, accepting abundance in a sense. Like imagining if you had that much money sort of helps you call it in for yourself. Imagining you had that much house to take care of, but then like literally imagining it, right? So it's about sort of allowing yourself to put yourself in that scenario to see, how it would feel or how it would be. But knowing that there are limitations, like having to work for things, having to seize opportunities or take things as blessings. You're not just automatically going to get some magical inheritance from a millionaire unless you're literally some kind of child of nepotism, right? So unless you got some old ass money and some dirty fucking blood wealth behind you in the trust fund, wherever the fuck. Not everyone, but come on. You get it. You know the vibes. Um, there are limitations. There are like things you have to do in order to get what you want, etc. So just remember, while you do that, try to manifest within your means in order to manifest more successfully. Okay. More face down cards. Because they're so on top, I guess. Yeah. So once you get over that hurdle and into this phase, what's the next blockage before getting to the good stuff? We've got a guardian angel. Guardian angel is trying to redirect you somewhere. Guardian angel is trying to show you the way or what to do, and how to move. And maybe you're not listening to your guardian angel, or you're disagreeing with them, or going in the opposite direction. A universal balance. There's some kind of balance being sought out by your guardian angel that you still have not achieved. There's something that needs to be balanced out, whether it's like, I'm hearing root chakra specifically. I feel like that's been coming up a lot, and I think it's because each year we get a tune up. Some people get the tune up all at once if they don't do the work throughout the year, but I think it just kind of, in the same way as the zodiac, it's like each season represents a chakra in a sense. There's not 7 seasons, but there's also more than 7 chakras. You get what I'm saying? It's the end of the year, get to the root, right? Root chakra came to mind, but I just meant whether or not the balance was within yourself or your chakras or your life or your yin and yang type connections. But there is a balance. It's something is unbalanced still. There's still balance needed in a situation. And then these two, universal harmony and duality. You have yet to accept that even though good and bad things can exist, or something can be both good and evil at the same time, you could never hear the song of life, right? If you have a hard time accepting that a person could be both good and bad, then you will never really truly understand what it means to be in harmony with everything, because the yin and yang, and because of different kind of like checks and balances, like the universal balance and everything. So that's cool, interesting. It's a blockage though. So the sooner you come to terms with whatever it is, the better off you'll be, the better it will seem, all that. Okay? And then of course, okay, so we have law of compensation once again. It's like you either are gonna have to pay up or you're about to get a payout. And I think that everybody truly does know which one it is for themselves already, but we won't really be getting the final receipts until probably Aquarius season, which is coming up fucking quick. So people have plenty of time to make their moves and do their dues and pay back or get on a fucking plan and a path and like decide. Like we all had months, some months. And these last few minutes, we got the last few weeks of Capricorn season to really wrap it up. Wrap it up. Aquarius is a high active, high octane work environment, okay? Like every Aquarius I know at some point, if not just always, puts like in an 80-hour work week like it's nothing and still take care of the house and the kids and do whatever the fuck they gotta do. Like Aquarius's work ethic is through the roof. It's so low key though, because I think a lot of the time they spend at work, they kind of like work smarter, not harder type. But they will do 80, 60, 80 hours on the red and not even be phased by it. Like, when do you sleep, bro? They're like, who cares? Let's fucking bang out another one. So Aquarius season, work. So that's why we're getting the keys in that first week, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna do the thing, and that's it. This must be it. Welcome to the new year, because then we got Pisces season. We're gonna party again, just like we did. Scorpio season was like a little party then. All the water seasons are like for real. The earth seasons are like your move. Like the other person's turn in chess. Like a break, time out. Fire seasons are like, oh my gosh, I'm remembering everything that I love and what I did this for and bleh. Right? Creativity. And then the water seasons were like party. Party. So yeah, I mean, you can try to square away your business in the next fucking 2 to 3 weeks here, Capricorn season. I don't even know. We got 10 days. It's a short one. I forgot. It ends the 19th with Janis Joplin's birthday. Okay? So, yeah, that's not very much time. But come Aquarius season, we're going to start seeing those payouts because we saw what it could be. So we decided what we wanted and we went for what we were after, and then we got what we got, and the more we accepted it or handled it, the better off it becomes, right? So there was a delay. Libra season was like the harvest. We reaped what we sowed, and we gathered our grains, and then there was still nothing to eat, or it wasn't time to eat yet. But it seems like Aquarius season, everything's back on track, and that's why this year's less about tarot, more about constructive conversation. I can tell already. It's just gonna be like that. So cool. Law of compensation. That's on that. Oh, God. Kind of like really feeling in my chest. And also, I keep noticing that I'm slipping into this accent tonight. Where I keep saying things a little out of turn. It's kind of funny where it's almost like it's not necessarily my natural tongue, but it's just the way that things have always been to an extent that I don't really want to get into it. And I'm sorry because I'm starting to get a different accent. So, blame the aliens or these angels if you want to, or if that makes sense to you. But don't think I don't notice it either because it's catching me off guard a little bit the way I'm like really getting into speaking. Okay. I've got the crown, and this is probably more about chakras. It's rainbow, and we were just talking about the root chakra and all that. But the crown chakra, I also see this card as the crown, whether it's Jesus's crown of thorns, or crown royal, whatever. But it's time to wear that crown. It's time to recognize that it's yours to put on your head. It belongs there. You are royalty, whatever that means to you, or however you want to interpret that. It's like it's time to put on your crown or heal your crown chakra. Okay? It could be time even just for some loving, some haircut, some treatment, some whatever, head massage, makeup, makeover, kind of manicure for the face, um, you know, all of this crown area, but also putting that crown on your head and realizing you're worthy of the shit. You're worthy of what you want. You're worthy of the life that you see. The reason you have the dream or the vision or the desire for the thing that will not leave your heart, your head, your mind, your life, your everything is because it's meant for you. It's meant for you. If you keep seeing it, you've tried to let it go. If you've left and it follows, like there is a reason for that. That is like, yes, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. No shit. That's just like obvious. So you need to open up your crown chakra so you can see that you're worthy of whatever is calling. What is calling? And answer. Call back. Confirm. Remember? Confirm your appointment. Confirm your application. God damn it. That makes sense though. Okay. Game on. I got like a couple days figuring my shit out. You're not wrong. Confirm. Sower of Seeds. Were we just saying this? Once you get past all these little blockages, whatever that was, roll back the tape later if you need to. Once you get past these blockages, you're going to reap just what you sow. Universal harmony, once again, big lesson. What the fuck? I split the deck and they're both facing the same down way. What? I'm not looking back. At this point, we're not looking back. And then what's here? Aquarius, again, and law of transmutation. Nothing can ever be completely destroyed. It can only be reformed, whether it's energy, matter, sound, etc. That's just life, or at least scientific theory. So I love it. Aquarius season is going to show us a lot. But whatever you have been working on is being transmuted into being your reality, essentially. It's like kind of a super beautiful time, like a very beautiful time. Okay. I absolutely love it. I love it. And laughter, absolutely the best medicine. What could be better? What could be better than smiling and breathing and expressing joy and feeling, the strain of exercising your muscles, your lungs, your body, your skin, your mouth, your everything, your vocal cords. Like, what better expression of love for life is there than laughter? Right? Like, that's so fucking beautiful. Chill out. Oh my god, chill out. I was like, okay, cheers myself, thank you. And when we mix your laughter If the world does end tomorrow, baby, it starts again with you. This laughter reminds me of that line, but I also feel like it resonates because that song is in like a SpongeBob movie or something like that. And it's very SpongeBob color because you see like yellow like him, and green like kelp, and blue like the ocean, and pink like the jellyfish, and the orange kind of reminds me of Sandy, and the pink and green Patrick. Like it's just very much, it gives SpongeBob. It's giving SpongeBob. So the fact that it's laughter, I always think of that song. Um, yeah. So then we have Taurus. I think Taurus season is gonna be lit. It usually is. It's like starts with 420. Like it's, come on. It's literally such a beautiful time. People who think Tauruses are bland just don't know them. Look, we got Trinity, Universal Healing, Law of Frequency. So we're getting another Trinity spot come April, come Taurus season, late April. I guess it could be May, but I'm sensing that it'll be April. So just make sure by the time this Trinity comes up that you are already working on your healing or sense of healing, and that you are attuned to the frequency that you are looking to attract or seeking to obtain. Okay? Law of frequency is like, it is important that you get this right, okay? And you have until Taurus season, which is still like a solid 4 months, so you should be okay. Commitment, it's about the commitment. It's about sticking to it, 10 toes down, whatever you gotta do it, okay? Sagittarius, it could be something that you took on in Sagittarius season, decided in Sagittarius season, or won't be finished until next Sagittarius season. Where like, if you commit, it's about to be a whole 10-month long process. Or I guess that doesn't math out to be Sagittarius season necessarily, but you get it. However many months that is. Do I have to, should I do the math? Do I care to do the math? I love doing math, but sometimes it's like, why am I so mad? I have this whole conversation when I definitely could have had the answer if I just committed to, ironically, doing the math. But if it started in Taurus season, probably April would be month 4, and then Sag season would be month 11. It would just be either 11 or 12, and then 8, 7, you know? Kind of like, why? Why did I dwell on it? I don't know. Whatever you commit to in Taurus season, it might be a commitment that you have until Sagittarius season. Is that it's not quite a baby. So it's not a, I mean, it's the opposite of a pregnancy thing, because that's, I mean, that would take 9-10 months, not 7-8 months. So cool. I feel like there was big pregnancy vibes last year, but this is a different vibe this year in a sense. Creation in the mind, not the womb. Hey. Okay. Foundation, once again, building a foundation might take some time. Capricorn, so it's Capricorn season, so you're building the foundation for this upcoming event, thing, series, commitment, whatever it is, job, gig, etc. You're doing the work now so that you can have the outcome later. You're just building the foundation into something that you realized maybe in Sagittarius season that you wanted or were going to do. We've got the healer within, so we just had universal healing come up, and now we're seeing healer within. And one second, I never filled this since I started streaming. It's probably not a good thing. Healer within comes up, and I like to remind people to answer the question, who heals the healer? The person who heals themselves becomes the healer. So, in summation, the healer heals the self. So once you've gotten to that or found that, the healer within, you experience universal compassion, being able to empathize or show compassion for anyone, and also accept and receive compassion and empathy from others, right? Anything that's universal goes both ways, okay? So universal compassion, that's some really loving, open exchange of energy. Law of limitation, you cannot force this upon people. You still need consent, okay? We got Gemini, so that's a lot to go in Taurus season. I wouldn't just sit here and say, okay, it's that simple as to say that it's all gonna be in a row. But we went from like Aquarius going to Sagittarius to going to Libra to going to, it was kind of like all over the place. But then we get this consequential Taurus, Gemini. That would indicate that all of these things are coming at you pretty fast. Oh, we did have Capricorn in between them. Okay, I got this backwards. Sag and Capricorn were after Taurus. So that wasn't quite in a row like I'm saying it is, but I did just jump to saying that it is. So maybe it's both. Like I interpreted it the wrong way or misremembered it, specifically to say that it does happen in a matter of a month from Taurus to Gemini season. Boom, baby, bye, bye, like that. Just like, whoa. And in a way it flies by, but what you gain is like universal wisdom. Like it was worth it. You absorbed every single moment, and then you move on to like this glorious new kind of beautiful whatever it is. Hey, how you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, my friend. With the view. I don't know. Just making that up for you. What's up? Cool to see ya. What's going on? That little gift. Trinity comes up again. Inner vision again. You see what's coming for you. You know it. You know it. You know it. You know it. I love it. You've been known since Cancer season. Something like that. It's like shit's going off. Alarms going off in a positive way, not like alarms like fucking beep, beep, but like you know. Fuck. Like I would just be so annoyed if I was listening to this. But I'm glad y'all like it. Thank you for appreciating me and tuning in and listening to these ridiculous messages that come through oh so naturally. And this is giving me deja vu to a dream I had way before I started streaming, but there's no way I'd be able to trace it back. There are so many dreams in my life that are like memories, but there's no time or space in the dream realm, so it's like very hard to place when a dream happens, especially when it feels like real or like a vision of the future or something else. Thank you. It's like a lot of people just started like mega dumping on me tonight, and I'm not even trying to be offensive or rude to the people who, oh, it was a highlighted message. Thank you. I don't get what that means, but thanks. I love that. Drips. Those are my drips. I don't really fully get it, but thank you. A lot of people kind of came out here and started trauma dumping for some reason today, and it's like the full moon was a few days ago, so sometimes it's like, you know, people are still getting over it, and of course, the sun is in Capricorn, the moon's in Cancer, so it's just very cardinal, straightforward, addressing and assessing energy, but also like the emotional undertones of it all, and being able to like be okay with the process of processing. So feel free to share like everybody else, I guess. Yeah. I think so too. And I think it's so funny how I think I've proven myself quite enough times with quite enough accuracy for so many people that it cracks me up when people still say, no, that's not true. You don't know. Like I have not done this enough times and gotten enough feedback. Bro, I can't deal with this right now. Can y'all read this card? Not from here. Can you read this card? It says universal truth. As I'm saying, people telling me that what I say isn't true. I got universal truth. Like, that's just it. It's like, I do know. I do hear. I do see. Okay? Because I recognize evil and it recognizes me. Not just that, though. Okay, I think I did drop a card. I need to calm down. Glad you're here for the ridiculousness. Down with ridiculous. That sounds so dumb, and I hated it so much, and I'm never ever gonna go back to that moment. And I'm really glad it's over. Okay, so I found Universal Forgiveness and Guardian Angel. Once again, the universal ones apply to everyone. It's like the best way to look at them. Just like other people are worthy of your forgiveness, you too are worthy of other people's forgiveness. No. No. God. There is some silly energy in this room. Is that you? Aren't you a Gemini or no? Are you a Pisces? I feel like you were a mutable energy, but I don't remember. Or Capricorn. I'm getting it all confused. I guess I don't talk to people enough and they don't remind me of their signs as much as they usually do lately. I feel like maybe you were talking to a Gemini one, Libra, oh, Capricorn one. Okay, so I wasn't too far off with Gemini and last minute saying Capricorn, but I was wrong about mutable energy. So that's funny because you're definitely giving me some mutable energy right now, and I love it. But we all know I just absolutely love mutable energy. I almost said I'm a slut for mutable energy, and I was like, oh, don't say that. And then it's like, bitch, it's kind of true. Love that shit, you know? I just feel like as a fixed sign, it's very complimentary to me. Whereas I can definitely get along and even be attracted to other fixed energies, but we are so needed elsewhere that it feels ineffective to be with a fellow fixed sign. And cardinals are almost similar, but then there's just like these core differences that make it not necessarily uncomfortable, but a little bit harder to work with than someone you completely align with or completely contrast with. Because it's like there's something off about you, but I don't know what it is. And that's how it feels to be a fixed sign perceiving cardinal energy. But mutable signs being the fun, random, exciting, blah, 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 in your face ones. It's like, yep, that'll do. Yep, that'll do. Like this, yeah, I can work with this. So mutable signs would be Pisces, Gemini, energy. Why did I say energy? I was reading it. Sagittarius and Virgo are the mutable signs. And they're just some of my favorite signs, but also can't stand them at the same time. Not so much Gemini and Sag. Sages don't always like me, or eventually they just like, I don't know, they like burning bridges. People say they ghost, but they burn bridges for like a lot of times really little or no reason. Or something they deem as neither of those things. But I don't really have a problem with Sages at the same time. Like that experience that I could see as a pattern among Sagittarius isn't all of the ones that I've ever known. And so why would I say that I don't like them just because of Sag don't like me or something? That don't really bother me at all. So yeah, I think Virgo and Pisces, I like them and I get along with them, and then I also fucking hate them, can't stand them. But I genuinely just really have mad love for Gems and Sages. For real. I'm shuffling these like I don't still have cards on the table. I guess I got a little into that conversation talking about the different modalities, I don't know, don't remember. So, whose voice just cracked? That was not me. That was not me. Did y'all hear that? Am I going through second puberty? Is my voice gonna drop even more? I like already have such a deep voice, I feel like. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Is my voice gonna drop? Why did my voice just squeak? Holy shit, felt like a little fucking 12-year-old boy in my chest. What in the fuck was that? Universe. I can't even imitate that. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Is my voice about to get deeper? Is this like late puberty? Bro, I felt it even more than I heard it. I'm freaking out right now. Oh my god, is that some little ghost child in my chest? Oh my god, what was that? Oh, crying. I hope my voice doesn't get like much deeper. Jesus. I guess I'm too obsessed with Nico. Okay. Universal wisdom. It's good to share knowledge. Let's move on to the cards that are on the table. Okay. Universal wisdom kind of sliding around. I don't know, it needs to be seen or left apart or something. So we have Scorpio here. Scorpios are big manifestors. They are big manifestors. Could be relative to Scorpio season that just passed or something this upcoming Scorpio season, but I'm going to guess we're still referencing this one because we're still in this year. So think back to Scorpio season. And then we have this universal forgiveness sitting here, which I think we already went through these ones. 33333. Wait, if we wait like 3 more seconds, 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds with 6 viewers. I love that. 333 has been a vibe this year. I don't know why. I feel like a couple readers were saying like, yeah, if you see angel numbers, this, and this, and I've always kind of like been like, tag your it with all of any angel number times, you know. But this year I'm noticing 333 a lot and like so much more synchronicities with that number for some reason. And it's weird. What is that? I kind of had it all of the 1 through 10 angel numbers down, or 1 through 12 angel numbers down. But now it's hard for me to remember which one's which. I love that. Oh my God. So what's your rising sign? Your ascendant. You know your birth time? But yeah, and then we have inner vision and guardian angel. So whatever you're seeing, you're meant to be seeing. Someone is showing you. Your guardian angels are like, look in your mind's eye. Nice, fixed. Okay. Look in your mind's eye. This is especially if it came about if you were daydreaming a lot or envisioning someone or something in Scorpio season. It's like I can't start singing that song, but it's there. Yeah, like that's fucking on purpose. You know, those are your guides, your angels, your higher selves, your ancestors trying to show you, like, yeah, this is the thing, the one, the time, the now, the go for it, the sign, the desire. It's real, it's true, it's there, and you need to forgive yourself for maybe not seeing it sooner or doing nothing about it. But if you know, then you've got to go. You got to go for it. You got to go to it. You got to go after it. You got to go away from it, whatever the case may be for you. You've got to get on a move. It's time, 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 time. Law of life. Law of life, the most simple of the laws, right? In this deck. Law of life. You got to live it. You can know your destiny. You can know what's happening. You can, oh my God, we got to do a pre-roll ad. I thought I had 60 minutes. This is bullshit. Okay. Sorry. Oh my God, of course, it's every time people show up, they're like, we're gonna pre-roll it. Like, thanks, bitches. I hate the pre-rolls, so I'm gonna do it. But please stay tuned. This reading is awesome. My tongue is practically on fire. I'll be right back. What's the time? Well, it's gonna be close to midnight. No, but really, it's time to wrap this fucking reading up, and then I'll probably end the stream, y'all. This is my first day back in a while, and it's late already. I should get in the habit of starting earlier, but whatever. Thank you. Hence the Alice in Backcountry. I always ask people for inspiration, so today's inspiration was Alice in Stonerland. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm definitely going to lean into the trippy side of Alice in Wonderland. And, like, of course, when I'm sitting, you don't really get the full picture of, like, this is my Harley Quinn meets Alice dress, as is, you know, and then to add the layers of, like, an adult weed smoking, drug using Alice. And then I added the bats, and so then it was like, haha, very Hunter S. Thompson. Especially because lately I'm like, you know, there really isn't anyone like him in this generation, and that's a damn shame. Even though I'm much more of a Ken Kesey myself, I think. You know, the mix of the two, because that conversation was a highlight of my Halloween time. Let me tell you. Or you can watch it. Actually, it's not posted anywhere. I'm working on getting all my past streams on Patreon for the very small fee of like $5.55 a month, I believe, because I love angel numbers. And you can watch literally anything that I've ever posted on here over there. But actually, only like half of my streams have been posted because I always forget to do it. But I have saved them all to get them over on Patreon. But that Ken Kesey and Dr. Hunter S. Thompson night, that was so cool. It was so fun. It was so good. Ooh, just never in my life could you have ever told me that that's where my life was taking me, but it actually, looking back, makes perfect sense. And I think that's what's so fucking cool about retrogrades is when you can kind of see that for yourself, but like some people don't do as well in retrogrades because they haven't looked back and they haven't thought about it and they haven't recognized it or they have yet to see their problems, their patterns, etc. So looking back isn't always fun, but when you have or when you are connected or when you are in a good place or you are on the right path, it's like kind of a pleasant thing to walk down memory lane, isn't it? Since we were talking about the fit and memory lane, I want to show off. I got some liquid eyeliner for Christmas from my main piece, and I'm not very good at using it like for eyeliner purposes, but I thought, ooh, I'm kind of pretty good at just drawing with it. And did like a flower butterfly. I thought that was cute. Really like it a lot. Really proud of it for being the first one that I used them. First time I used them. Or not even looking at past retrogrades, but the past in general, for sure. Like, retrogrades will show you the past, but we haven't always paid attention to when a retrograde was, because, like, before the internet, you just literally had to run into an astrologer in life in order to know these things, or, like, have a plug, or buy the Llewellyn calendars and stuff, so, I feel like now it's, like, just a reflection period in general, and I wouldn't try to math out the last retrograde or anything like that, but, sometimes, yeah, people will tell you to avoid doing certain things. And honestly, I get that. My hair, I was sick as fuck on Christmas, like I said, and my hair, the dead ends were just like dead to me. No, I don't think it's really that good of a source. Now there's so many more options, but it's Llewellyn Moss or something. I don't remember. It was just like like I said, it was the only way. It was like the Farmer's Almanac of the hippie world. I mean, not hippie, but spiritual, astrological, whatever. They sell it at those kind of stores, but I don't think it's like the best company or the most reputable source. Like I said, it was once one of the only options, but not necessarily. It's probably still really popular, and I'm hating on it. I don't know, but I've seen in some of the other the witch groups I'm in, that they're like, yeah, no, it's kind of, yeah. So, um, these Trinity spots keep coming up where like you really are in a period of creation, and you really do need to watch your thoughts, your mouth, your life, your everything. You got to get that inner vision fine tuned to what you want your life to be. Okay. And then the rest of the cards are face down, except there is this one card on top of the Leo card. So the Leo card is the only face card up, face card up, face up card. I guess technically, because it's one of the zodiacs, it would be a face card in this deck. But the rest are face down. This one fell face up. Unity. What is preventing us from that energy that we carried in Leo season? Do you remember Leo season? Were y'all here for Leo season? Like, Leo season was lit, dude. I made a whole album in like a week. I was like unstoppable, bro. I was like having so much fun. Every single reading was a vibe. It was like everybody collectively were working together and just like living life, loving life, helpful, joyful, ready to go, ready to celebrate, ready to get together and boogie. And like, what happened to that energy? Y'all sucked the life out of me, okay? On everything. You just couldn't have a good time without warm weather. Like, I do not know. Virgo season was a turn off. I hated it. I don't know what the fuck. But y'all tripping on some shit that you ain't even fucking stepped in. Okay? So, what in the actual goddamn fuck? Whatever. How do we get this Leo season energy back? Unity, baby. Bring that shit back together. You get the band back together. Okay? You fucking reunite. You fucking have a reunion or a reconciliation. It's unity, baby. How do you get back to that? You know, the club in here. It's in your mind. Like, I know I'm cracking up right now. I don't know where this like stoner fucking like fortune teller is coming from. My hippie era is like coming through in this stream because I keep telling people I'm not a hippie anymore, and they're like, "What do you mean?" And it's like, "No, trust me, bro, trust me." But yeah, so my dead ends were feeling super dead when I wasn't feeling good, and I cut off all my hair. And I've always given myself my own hair, not always, but since for the last 15 years, I've been giving myself my own haircuts. And a lot of times they are really good trims with like cool asymmetrical patterns because I never attempt to make my hair even. But with this short of a haircut, you do have to try to make it even. And I don't necessarily dislike it because it's cute and it's very still versatile, but it was more difficult, and I worked on it a lot longer as the hair art piece, masterpiece, work of art that it is. Because it was such a drastic cut, but I just was like, it's so dead. I need to just cut it all off. Like, I let the lack of trim go on for too long. I needed a bit of a fresh start. So listen, I don't know how anybody feels about Demi Lovato, but when she made that song, the Sorry Not Sorry one, she seemed like she was coming from a place of recovery, and I could totally fucks with that. And I really liked that song. And as much as I love singing and I love a good challenge, I cannot sing that song to save my life. Like, I literally miss every time. So you don't have to hate that you said that because all 2018 I sang that shit. Baby, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it even casually, quietly. I can't. Like, she nailed it. I don't care. Okay. And she was a Disney kid. Isn't the whole point that they're actually talented? I don't know. I'm just saying. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I can understand that. That was the year Kesha put out Rainbows too, right? So I really like, I hope you're somewhere praying. That one I nailed. That one people be like, I would say you singing, you sounded so good. But the Sorry Not Sorry one, that was like, let's just be drunk and sing it. Like, let's not even pretend like this is gonna sound good, because only Demi Lovato could sing that song. Anyway, so yeah, Unity. Unity. Ha! It's such a sin today. You may be anti-racist, but you're anti-gay. You may be ignorant from a lack of education and what is that? Is that the not the Gibbons? Is that Leftover Crack? Gay rude boys and girls unite. Is that Leftover Crack? You're turning the hardcore music into a homophobic disgrace. The gay ones, the straight ones, white and yellow and black. Gay rude boys and girls unite. Right? Who is that? Is that like Leftover Crack? I don't know. Okay, Unity. My brain just went off. Yeah, somebody. Yeah, relax, chill out. It's okay. Go back to fucking sleep. Don't be like that. Kind of just kidding. But it does feel like somebody just woke up from a dream. Maybe you habitually use Twitch, or you fell asleep using Twitch or something. Yeah, but also like Manic Pixie Dream Girl vibes at the same time. So that's why I say, hey, go back to sleep. Is sort of a joke. Sagittarius, maybe, but also Sag season, because these are calendar cards. Okay, I don't know why I started fixating on the deck again. It's not my music, it's somebody else's. Okay. We got Universal Truth and Law of Free Will. Truth is, everybody gets to do whatever the fuck they want, just like you do. Amen. We got these two to be revealed: evolution and threshold. Yeah, once you have your moment of personal evolution, is when you finally cross the threshold that you've been sort of like kind of at. Okay, once you reunite, you know, if there was a separation of some kind or some distance put between you and a person during Leo season, it could be a Leo, but these are such calendar cards. But there needs to be some kind of reunion that will help with your own personal evolution and help things move along. And you will be at the threshold rather than waiting to get in, or waiting to be received, or waiting to get this initiation process going, okay? And then we've got Capricorn. So this might, it's funny because it's like, you got to do it now. You got to do it right fucking now. You have kind of like 10 days. And it's like, a few months ago we were saying, oh, it's this and that, but like, I think the whole point was how much someone was going to do or how long it would take them, where it's like, ooh, if you waited this long, that was already a mistake. But at this point, it's 10 days before the clock's up. And I don't know how to explain it. It's like there was a lot of encouragement to make your moves in these previous months, but now it's like, if you don't move, then it's over, the door's closing. Like, this opportunity will cease to exist. And that's why we're in a retrograde until the very last second. You know, like, that's so funny. I feel like my brain is bleeding. That's such a weird and sad thing to say. I don't know if somebody knew someone who had yeah, it is, brain aneurysm or something, but there was this weird feeling that came over this side of my head. Maybe somebody got shot. That's so weird. I don't know. I don't know if that's like it's kind of a sad message. But my viewers fluctuating so much makes me think that somebody's maybe sad, having recent or something. Whoa, yeah, miracle. They might live through it if that's the case. Law of karma. If they were a good person, you'll know. And laughter is the best medicine. So initiation, just know that no matter what happens, you are being initiated through this process, even if it is traumatic. I'm so sorry to hear that. Something about the crown chakra. Yeah, somebody may have had a brain aneurysm or got shot or something. Whoa, yeah, that is crazy. I'm glad you're healing. Yeah, crown. It's the crown chakra trying to reach you and you're not noticing. So there's some kind of miracle where like you survive, or if they don't survive, it's because it's their own karma. And laughter is the best medicine. So sometimes you just gotta laugh things off before they become disastrous, basically. before there are consequences that could be deadly, fatal, or otherwise unsavory. Oh my God. It sounds so dramatic when you say whole. Am I a whole? I'd rather die than give you control. I don't know why that popped in my head, but it's it's a weird feeling. That's a weird feeling popping up right now, like physically in my head. So be wary of your health. Keep your brain strong. Um, y'all got so much life to live. Yeah, Unity, Aquarius, Taurus. Fuck yeah. Creation, come together, letting it happen, universal freedom. Everybody does what they want, but it all aligns when everybody decides for themselves they want to do the same thing for the greater good as everyone else. These last four cards I'm going to reveal, and then I'll probably go if y'all feel like rating someone or anything. We can, but I am getting kind of tired and like I'm gonna plan another reading for maybe I don't know. I could try to stick to the same schedule, but I just had to alleviate the stress of having a schedule, and I might just have some other stuff I need to do. Um, and thank you for the follow. Um, I might just have other things to do during the week, and I want to feel less pressure on myself to stick to the schedule that I have. But I might be back tomorrow. I want to do more alien stuff for some reason. Less tarot though. I think I'm gonna come on here with less cards. And when I do tarot, I don't think I'm gonna keep overloading these decks in 3 in a night and blah 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 blah, or even be using the same ones or a different deck every night. And I don't know. It's just this year is different. This year is different. So we're making our adjustments and kind of figuring it out before the new year of the zodiac calendar, and then full force, full fledged, gonna be in our new schedules, new everything. Hello, Melon. Universal compassion. Show people love if you haven't. Go give someone a hug, even if you are the type who doesn't like to hug. Is that because you like to be miserable? Lacking touch can really affect a person's overall production of serotonin. So, do you just like being unhappy? Is that what you don't like? I'm kidding. Everybody's their own person, and some people don't like the stimulation of human contact and touch, and some people are resilient or reserve it for specific people in their life. Some people, whatever, but I'm just saying it's nice to see you too. Well, not see you, but talk to you. Thank you. I try to be as delightful as possible because sometimes I'm an absolute menace to society and definitely 3 seconds away from revolting against something very horrendous at any given moment, I'm sure. So I appreciate that you see the delightful side of me. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a gusher too. That is not sexual, it was bloody. So it's gross, graphic. Yeah, I should shut up. It's crazy. I was trying to wrap up this reading, but they're gonna tell me I need to roll an ad soon, which is so annoying. We get to universal compassion, um, but let's roll the ad so that I won't roll one at the end, and then we can, like I said, raid somebody. Um, I have like 3 cards left, so I feel bad rolling a 3-minute ad. So I'm gonna give you a little break and just do 60 seconds. I am sorry, I forgot it was a 60-second ad. That's hilarious. Sorry, keep you waiting if I did. Let's wrap up this reading. We got 3 more face down cards, and then I'll probably give it a nice shuffle because they've been very cool tonight. Okay, cool. If she's live, or I'm sorry, I don't know why I said she. How presumptuous, but yeah, exactly. If he is on or live or whatever when I'm done in a few minutes here, I'm very down to go or rate him out. So, universal compassion, hug somebody, cry with someone, give them a compliment, show them how much you love them. Just show that you care, like show some concern. Universal compassion. Having it for everyone and not just the select few that benefit you, right? Because that's just ass kissing. Kind of like the fuck that should go without saying, and yeah, here I am saying it, okay? Universal balance. Again, I don't even know how this got back. Well, I guess they all got shuffled, but yeah, universal compassion, universal balance. Reminder that these universal principles apply to everyone and they are all encompassing or go both ways and in and out. I don't know how to explain that otherwise without the sound effects, but um, finding balance, finally achieving that balance, finally getting to a place where things feel balanced. Duality. Yes, that's like the ultimate balance is realizing I can do both, right? That's such beautiful energy. It's like gorgeous. And Libra. So it could be something that happened in Libra season. It could be. It's such a weird ending. I'm not letting that be the last card. It's something personal to Libra, but Libra is late September, early October, um, where it could have been something that happened then or something that like this is unfolding at that time where it all finally comes full circle moment is going to be like this upcoming Libra season because we just went through these layers and revealed all these face down cards and we are at the new year. This was like for the new year. I kind of didn't think about that when I was doing the reading at all, but I'm saying it now. We're like this whole process that's about to unfold before us. Some people, I think some of us laid down the groundwork for this or already did it last year. But I feel like if you're watching this, that's kind of what you're about to do this year. But it's going to be relevant. Like, no, it does seem like, yes, we laid out the groundwork last year, and now we're actually putting the train into tracks and into motion, on the tracks and into motion. Okay, so I like that a lot. And by Libra season, next year or this year, however you see it, there will be like this renewed sense of, well, how did I get here? But you'll know exactly how you got there because you genuinely put in the work or you genuinely did it to yourself, depending on your outcome, right? So, universal wisdom, learning your lessons or letting your lessons learn you. Golden rule. Kindness can only wait for patience. Seems like more of a, what do you call it, than a rule. But the golden rule that popped into my head right now. Oh, and we got foundation here. And then what's this? Capricorn. Laying down the foundation right now, Capricorn season. 10 motherfucking days for the rest of your life. Okay? In these next 10 days, you are going to decide how the rest of your life is going to go, right? And you will not get the opportunity to revise this for another like 3 to 5 years because that is how these things move through the universe. Like this Trinity spot is going to be like what is. So you have 10 days to make sure that this goes as smoothly and beautifully and positively as possible. Unless you like to be a miserable fuck. Yeah. Kindness can only wait for patience. It does seem like a brain teaser, like some shit Confucius would say. Because that dude was confusing. I'm guessing that's where that word comes from. Sower of seeds. Kindness can only wait for patience. 'Cause all of my kindness That's good. That's a good ending, isn't it? 45 seconds from well then. And we got 3 more days to Friday. Gonna make it back home by Monday morning. I swear I wish somebody would try. That's all I want. What is it? What is it? I can't read it. Bro, can't read it. Universal forgiveness. If you feel like in your heart of hearts you have the capacity to forgive someone, understand that others may also do you unto. What the fuck? I got so distracted by what you said and what I was saying at the same time. Universal forgiveness goes both ways. And so if you feel ultimately like you are able to forgive someone, then you have to understand that people are able to forgive you. And if you know that closure can come and forgiveness can come without acceptance of being in one's life, then you have to also accept that someone's forgiveness might actually not put you back into their picture. Okay? Because, Now, crown again, crown chakra, and wearing the crown. But when am I doing a singing and streaming karaoke? Probably when I can commit to doing something earlier than when I do it, like daytime stream. Law of life, you gotta live it. I don't really know what that would entail. It is a hard truth. I don't know what a singing karaoke stream would really entail, or if that's like a actual category or whatever. That'd be kind of fun, cool, silly. Like, I'm not opposed. Definitely pretty into it. I generally like karaoke, but I feel like the whole fun of karaoke is to not take it seriously. So I never really like sing my heart out at karaoke, but I'm like singing songs that I barely know the words to instead, because it's more fun that way to me. Thank you. You're so sweet. I have fun singing. I'm trying to put out more music. It comes up for people when they hear that. It always hits really hard. Thanks, y'all. That's so sweet. I love singing so much. I have since I was a kid, but I feel like I'm very loud. So it was always like, can you please not? Because it's children. Duality, though. I know when to sing, and I can control my volume limits. Laughter. You gotta just be silly about it sometimes and understand that, like, the more fun you're having, the better you sound. And commitment. Stick to it. Okay, so I'll probably put out a cover in the next few days. I was working on one, and then I, like, hated it, and then I decided, like, I shouldn't even be doing it, and then I was like, fuck it, I just want to think about it for a little bit, and then it's like, ma'am, this whole Capricorn season, 10 days, blah, blah, blah. No, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right fucking now, and if you don't do it, you're going to miss out, and blah, 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 la, 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 la. Okay, so I'm going to try to finish the damn song. Cool. So far my own music was only covers, but I write a lot of songs. But I don't play instruments, and I, like, just don't care to. And I understand that, like, you gotta do it yourself, but it's also like, no, I fucking don't. Like, I just like singing. I like making noises, and I like being able to... That's all my music is, like, me banging on a table and mocking the way instrument sounds with my mouth. What the fuck just did I even say? You get what I mean, though, right? Vocal covers. Like the one I put out recently, it's not very high quality. None of it's high quality, obviously. The album I released this past summer, it was done for some really oddly specific reasons, and I rewrote all the lyrics to it, so it was like original and cover, because I covered the songs that are originally played with instruments and have different lyrics, and just did like these weird vocal covers. Like I did some scrap piano for one. I had someone feature guitar on two, but the rest were just like me singing and layering it with me singing and blah 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 blah. So I put on another cover since that album that was even more blah. You know, I don't know how to explain it. That was really cool, but it just didn't even sound as good as some of the other songs, which didn't sound that good. Blah 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 blah. I just think as a vocalist or a musician, it's not really my place to be doing all that editing and producing. It seems like it's someone else's job who wants to be an editor or a producer. You know what I mean? So it's really just samples or demos until somebody's like, hey, we would love you to do this or that. Because, like, I could give a fuck less to make it sound any better, but I'll just keep doing it because I like to. You can listen to all my music on my website, www.alienmilly.com, probably /music, but you can click around and find out. You can also watch my web series on there. There's only 3 episodes because I just simply do not have the time to do all this fucking shit in my mind, but it's so much fun and so funny and really good at what I do. So sucks that I only get half a month to do any of it. Priorities, man. They come and go and change a lot. Universal healing, universal wisdom again, law of continuity, stick to it, continue. Whatever it is that you continue to do is going to continue to happen. Guardian angel, trinity, duality, universal freedom. They're all repeats. We gotta go. We gotta go. Let's raid Tony Boy or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna put these cards away. They're gonna keep repeating the messages that people aren't really getting. The first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th time. Now listen, this is it. The 10th time because it's Capricorn season. 10 days. That's it. Because these last 2 months, Aquarius season is like, once again, doing the work, putting in the effort, getting the answers, getting the keys, getting the tools, getting the rewards, getting the things, getting the promotions, getting the improvements, approvals. Yeah, me too. And Pisces season is partying and celebrating and welcoming a new fruitful year. So just know that back in the fall time, it was like, you should do this before winter, you should do this before then, you should do this before summer ends, you should do this before blah, blah, blah. You should, be a good idea. Now, crunch time, procrastinating ass bitches, such as myself. Now it's crunch time. All right, these cards feel done. Good to know. Bottom of the deck. What is this deck called? Do you remember what this deck is called? Because it's the Cosmic Deck of Initiation. And as I'm about to put them away after a very solid night of a bit of a repetitive and yet very important reading, what is at the bottom of the deck when I stop? Damn it. Stop shuffling, but initiation. The very deck itself. If that ain't full circle, a way to end on a good note. Okay, so do we have any other suggestions for who to raid? I don't even know how to look at who's online that I follow. It is kind of a weird time too. So, any ideas? Yeah, it's so nice. Thank you for subscribing today, and thank you to everyone who subscribed. I think there was two, maybe 3 people. Taylor, Ali. Super nice of y'all to do that for me. Thank you. If you're watching, you can at least follow and talk to me next time. Catch the stream. I might be back later tonight because I have been doing my Sunday, Monday scheduling, but after my 2-week sabbatical and much contemplating, I think I mostly decided that I really hate scheduling these things, and Spirit tells me when and where to work. So we'll see, and also great to hear. Let's get that going. And yeah, okay. Let's raid. Teeny Pop. Okay, start raid. Ready to raid in 10 seconds. Thanks so much for being here, y'all. I'll see you soon. And like I said, hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. But if you follow me on Instagram, you'll get all my updates. And I love you. Mwah! Let's go check out some other tarot reader tonight. And good night and good luck. Thank you so much. Love you.
Good night and good luck.